Hey guys, tonight we're descending into a place that exists between memory and ocean, between what was once known and what was deliberately hidden, between the world of air, where knowledge burns, and the world of water, where knowledge endures. This is a story about a library that rests beneath 70 meters of seawater, about books that were meant to survive not fire or time, but transformation itself, the transformation from land to ocean, from air to depth, from the civilization that wrote them to the silence that preserves them. Before we begin this descent together, take a moment to settle in. Adjust your pillow. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the weight of the day beginning to dissolve, drifting away like sediment settling through water. Tonight's journey will take us deep not just into the ocean, but into questions about knowledge itself, about what it means to preserve understanding, about why some wisdom was hidden in the one place humans could not easily reach until very recently in our history. If you'd like to support these long journeys into history's submerged corners, feel free to like this video or subscribe, but only if it feels right. There's no pressure here, no urgency. This space exists for rest, for wonder, for allowing your mind to drift into the strange territories where the forgotten and the sacred overlap, where books wait in darkness for readers who may never come, where knowledge persists not because it's useful, but because it refuses to be forgotten. And if you're moved to, leave a comment telling us where in the world you're listening from tonight and what hour finds you here. There's something profound about knowing that across continents and time zones, we're all gathered in this quiet moment, preparing to descend together into waters that hold what the land surrendered, to witness what was meant to remain hidden, or what chose to hide itself in the depths, where only the committed would follow beneath the waves. Pause in 1927, off the coast of a Mediterranean island whose ancient name has been lost, but whose modern name means the reading place. A diver searching for a sunken merchant vessel found instead something that should not exist. A doorway carved into the ocean floor. Not natural formation, the edges were too precise, too deliberate. Not recent construction, the stone showed weathering that spoke of centuries, perhaps millennia beneath the waves. A doorway that opened not into rock, but into darkness, into space, into what appeared to be a chamber carved from the living stone of the seafloor itself. The diver hesitated. This was not what he sought. The merchant ship lay somewhere else. His charts were clear. His coordinates were precise. This doorway was off course, was unexpected, was the kind of discovery that complicated simple salvage work, that transformed routine diving into something else entirely. But curiosity is a current stronger than caution. He entered and found shelves, rows of shelves carved from black coral and volcanic glass, extending into the darkness beyond his lamp's reach. And on the shelves, objects that resembled books, spines of petrified wood, covers of hammered copper, pages that might have been vellum or seaweed or something between states, something that existed only in water, that could not be described in the vocabulary of surface libraries. He surfaced, reported what he'd found, was initially dismissed. The ocean floor does not contain libraries, does not preserve books, does not maintain collections of knowledge in chambers beneath the waves. These were known facts, established understanding. His discovery violated them, but he returned, brought others, brought cameras and careful documentation, and proved that the ocean floor did contain a library, did preserve books, did maintain, in perfect darkness and patient cold, a collection that had waited for centuries in the deep. Tonight, we're going to explore this impossible archive. We're going to swim through chambers lined with volumes that should have dissolved, that should have been claimed by salt and pressure and the relentless chemistry of the ocean. We're going to examine books that change with the tides, scribes whose names were written in water, shelves that organize knowledge according to currents rather than subjects. This is not a story about what was lost. This is a story about what was preserved, about what a civilization chose to save when they understood that their world was ending, that the waters were rising, that everything they had built would soon be submerged. They did not save their temples. We found those too, in other locations, with their spirals and their vessels and their impossible gardens. They did not save their homes or their monuments or the architecture of their daily lives. They saved their books, their knowledge, their accumulated understanding of the world and the cosmos and the human soul. They placed these in chambers built to last, in archives designed to endure submersion, in a library that would continue its function, even when filled with ocean instead of air, even when its readers were fish instead of scholars, even when the only light came from visiting divers, whose lamps revealed for brief moments what had existed for millennia in perfect darkness. So let the day fade completely now. Let your breathing slow and deepen. Feel yourself beginning to sink, to descend, to move from the surface world of air and light into the depths where different rules apply, where books can exist in water, where knowledge flows according to the ocean's rhythms, where the boundary between past and present grows thin as the pages of ancient volumes. Dim the lights if they're still on. Close your eyes if you wish, or let them rest half open, unfocused, receiving rather than searching. We're standing at the edge of the boat now. The water below is impossibly blue, impossibly deep. Somewhere beneath those waves, 70 meters down, a library waits. Books wait. Knowledge waits patient as stone, silent as the ocean floor, holding whatever secrets it holds, maintaining whatever wisdom it maintains, existing in that territory between forgotten and remembered, between lost and waiting to be found. The water is warm at the surface, cool as we descend, cold in the depths where the library rests. But we're ready. We have light. We have breath. we have the capacity for wonder. Let's begin our descent. The library is waiting. The ocean is patient. And somewhere in the deep, in the darkness, where pressure replaces air, and silence becomes substance, something ancient reads. Something remembers. Something has been waiting for us to arrive. The first thing the diver noticed was the rhythm. It is said that libraries are places of stillness, of silence broken only by the turning of pages, the whisper of footsteps, the quiet breathing of readers absorbed in their study. Static places, repositories where knowledge rests, where books wait motionless for the hands that will open them, where nothing moves except the occasional scholar shifting in their chair, reaching for another volume, pursuing some thread of understanding through the accumulated wisdom of generations. But this library moved, breathed, swayed with rhythms that matched no current, that followed patterns the diver could feel, but not quite see, that created the impression of life in a place that should be stone and water, and the permanent stillness of the deep. The shelves themselves seemed to expand and contract, subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if they were lungs rather than architecture, as if the library was inhaling the ocean that filled it, and exhaling something else, not water, but essence, not liquid, but knowledge made somehow gaseous, made capable of circulation, made able to flow through the chambers like breath through a body. He approached the first shelf slowly, cautiously. His lamp created a circle of visibility in the surrounding darkness, perhaps 3 meters in diameter, beyond which the library extended into blackness, so complete that his light could not penetrate it, could only create the sharp boundary between what could be seen and what remained hidden. The shelf was carved from black coral. Not constructed, there were no joints, no seams, no evidence of assembly. Carved, grown perhaps. The black coral had been shaped while living, guided into this form through patient cultivation, through the understanding that some materials could be directed rather than built, could be made to grow into furniture, into architecture, into the infrastructure of libraries that would one day rest beneath the sea. On the shelf, books, or objects that resembled books, spines that looked like petrified wood, but which bore no growth rings, no grain, no internal structure that wood should possess. Covers of hammered copper, green with the patina of centuries underwater, but still intact, still protecting whatever they enclosed. Pages visible at the edges, where covers didn't quite meet pages that were translucent, that might have been vellum, or might have been the processed skin of some sea creature, or might have been something else entirely. Something that had no equivalent in surface materials, in the substances humans used to record knowledge in the world of air. He reached out, his gloved hand trembling slightly from cold or anticipation, or the simple nervousness of touching something that should not exist, that violated his understanding of what materials could endure, what books could survive, what was possible in archives submerged for centuries in salt water. His fingers touched a spine, petrified wood, cool even through the neoprene of his glove, solid, real, undeniably present. He pulled gently, expecting resistance, expecting the book to be fused to the shelf by calcification or coral growth, or the slow welding that occurs when objects rest undisturbed for long enough in the ocean. But the book slid free, easily, as if it had been read yesterday, as if someone had just replaced it on this shelf and it was ready to be borrowed again, ready to open, ready to share whatever knowledge its pages held. The weight surprised him. Books underwater should be lighter buoyancy, should make them nearly weightless, should make them float or drift, or behave according to the laws that govern all submerged objects. But this book was heavy, heavier than it should be, as if it contained not just pages, but something denser, something that resisted the ocean's tendency to make all things weightless, something that insisted on gravity even in the depths where gravity's effects were minimized. He held it, examined it in his lamplight. The cover bore no title, no author's name, no identifying marks except a symbol embossed into the copper, a spiral. 7 rotations ending in a circle. The same pattern that appeared throughout the temple they had found nearby. The same geometry that this civilization seemed to encode into everything they made. The same understanding about rotation and center, and the mathematics that connected them. Around him, the shelves continued their breathing. The subtle expansion and contraction, as if his presence had activated something, as if the library recognized that a reader had entered, that someone had come seeking knowledge, and was responding, was preparing itself, was readying whatever mechanisms allowed books to be found, allowed shelves to present their contents, allowed the archive to fulfill its function even after centuries of waiting in darkness. He wanted to open the book, felt the urge strongly, the fundamental human curiosity about what pages contain, what knowledge waits between covers, what understanding has been preserved here in the impossible depths. But hesitation held him, because once a book this old is opened, once pages this fragile are exposed to movement and light, and the mechanical stress of turning they might disintegrate, might dissolve, might prove to be so delicate that the act of reading destroys what is read, that knowledge preserved for centuries is consumed by the very attempt to access it. So he held the book unopened, let his lamp play across its copper cover, across the spiral embossed there, and noticed something he had initially missed. The spiral was not static, was not simply decorative relief pressed into metal. It moved, slowly, imperceptibly unless you watched closely. The grooves that formed the pattern were shifting, were rotating through the copper, as if the metal were liquid, as if the symbol was not carved but alive, was performing its 7 rotations in real time, though the motion was so slow that centuries might pass before a single complete turn occurred. He placed the book back on the shelf, carefully, with the sense that he was not simply replacing an object, but completing a circuit, fulfilling some expectation, returning something borrowed to its proper place in whatever system organized this collection. And as the book settled into position, as its spine aligned with the spines of its neighbors, the shelf's breathing changed, deepened, became more pronounced, as if the library was satisfied, was acknowledging correct behavior, was rewarding the diver's care with increased trust, with deeper access, with permission to continue exploring what waited in the chambers beyond this first shelf, in the darkness where more books rested and more knowledge waited, and the library's full extent remained unknown. He moved deeper into the chamber, his light revealing shelf after shelf, books after books, volumes that must number in the thousands, that represented an accumulated effort of generations, that spoke of a civilization that valued knowledge enough to build libraries in the depths, to create archives that would survive the end of their world, to ensure that what they had learned would persist, even if no one remained to read it, even if the only witnesses were fish and currents, and the occasional diver who stumbled upon their preservation in the cold darkness of the seafloor. Whispers tell us that libraries are time machines, that to open a book is to hear the voice of someone long dead, to access the thoughts of minds that ceased thinking centuries ago, but which speak still through the marks they left on pages, through the careful arrangement of symbols that carry meaning across the abyss of time. This library was such a machine, but it operated differently than surface archives, because here, the books were not simply preserved, they were active. The shelves breathed, the spirals moved, collection itself seemed aware, seemed to participate in its own maintenance, seemed to possess some quality that was not consciousness exactly, but was not entirely mechanical either, was something in between, was the accumulated presence of centuries of knowledge stored in a space designed to hold it, to protect it, to keep it accessible even in conditions that should destroy it, even in the ocean that surrounds and penetrates and fills every corner, but which somehow does not dissolve, does not corrupt, does not claim what the shelves hold. The diver continued his exploration, moving from shelf to shelf, documenting what he found, making notes on his slate waterproof notes in graphite that would survive the ascent, that would allow him to report what he had seen, that would provide evidence that this impossible archive existed, that books could survive in seawater, that libraries could function at depths where darkness was absolute and cold was perpetual. But documentation felt inadequate, felt like reduction, because what needed to be recorded was not just the presence of books, but the feeling of the space, the sense that the library was not dead repository but living presence, was not tomb of knowledge, but continuation of it, was not end of something, but patient waiting for resumption, for the day when readers would return, when the chambers would fill not with ocean and visiting divers, but with scholars and students, and the quiet, concentrated energy of minds engaging with preserved understanding. As he prepared to ascend, his air supply diminishing, his time at depth approaching its limit, he took one last look at the chamber, at the shelves extending into darkness, at the books waiting in their thousands, at the breathing rhythm that continued whether witnessed or not, whether documented or ignored, whether believed or dismissed as impossible. Something in that darkness shifted, moved. Not water currents, he knew how those looked, how they behaved, how they affected visibility and the position of sediment. This was different, was deliberate, was something occupying space in the unlit regions beyond his lamp's reach, something that moved with purpose, with agency, with the behavior of beings rather than objects. He turned his light toward the movement. The beam penetrated perhaps 5 meters before being swallowed by the black. Nothing visible, nothing that should cause concern. The sense remained the feeling of being watched, of the library noticing his presence, of awareness existing in the darkness that was not hostile, but was not indifferent either, that observed him as he observed it, that studied the diver as the diver studied the books, that made the relationship reciprocal, made the encounter between visitor and archive bidirectional, made him wonder as he began his ascent whether he had discovered the library or whether the library had discovered him. The shelves breathed, the books waited, and somewhere in the darkness, turning a page that had waited centuries to be turned, continuing study that had been interrupted by submersion, but not ended, not abandoned, not forgotten, something read. Patient as the ocean, ancient as the knowledge it pursued, eternal as the library that held both reader and read in its breathing chambers, in its patient darkness, in the depths where books survived and study continued. And the line between archive and living thing became impossible to maintain, became meaningless, became just another boundary that this place dissolved through its simple, persistent existence in the cold depths where it waited, where it breathed, where it held what it held and would continue holding forever, or until the ocean itself dried, or until readers returned in numbers sufficient to justify the library's long patient waiting in the darkness, beneath the moonlit sea. Beyond the first chamber of shelves, the diver found a doorway. It is said that architecture speaks, that the arrangement of space communicates purpose, that the flow of corridors and the placement of doorways tells us what a building was meant to do, how it was meant to be used, what activities it was designed to facilitate. A cathedral's high volness speaks of aspiration toward the divine. A fortress's thick walls speak of defense. A library's reading rooms speak of contemplation, of the quiet work of minds engaging with texts, of spaces designed to support concentration to minimize distraction, to create conditions where understanding can occur. This doorway spoke of transition, of passage from one state to another. Its frame was carved with symbols, not the spirals that appeared elsewhere, but different marks, characters that resembled letters, but belonged to no alphabet the diver recognized, arranged in lines that ran vertically rather than horizontally, creating the impression of text that descended rather than progressed, that moved downward like water flowing, like knowledge settling, like understanding sinking into depths where it could be held rather than evaporating into the air of surface thinking. He passed through into a chamber that was immediately profoundly different from the shelving area he had left. The reading room existed in absolute darkness, not the ordinary darkness of deep water, where ambient light fades to nothing. That darkness had already claimed the shelves, had required his lamp to penetrate. This was something more complete, more absolute. His lamp, which had illuminated the shelves adequately, which had created a 3-meter sphere of visibility in the shelf chamber, here barely functioned. The light seemed to be absorbed, swallowed, consumed by the darkness rather than pushing it back. His beam extended perhaps a meter before being devoured by black, so complete it felt solid, felt substantial, felt like moving through ink rather than water. He adjusted his lamp, increased its intensity. The effect was minimal. The darkness in this chamber resisted illumination in ways that physics should not allow, in ways that suggested the black here was not simply absence of light, but presence of something else, of a quality or substance that actively consumed photons, that made brightness impossible, that maintained perpetual night regardless of what technology attempted to dispel it. His eyes struggled to adapt, pupils dilating fully in the attempt to gather what little light his lamp provided. Gradually, shapes emerged, suggestions of form, the impression of structure in the darkness. Stone benches, arranged in rows, positioned at intervals that suggested purpose, that created spaces for individual readers, that separated one study station from another enough to provide solitude, but not so much as to create isolation, that balanced privacy with community in the way that reading rooms traditionally do. The benches were worn smooth, not by water. The wearing was too specific, too localized, by bodies, by the repeated pressure of human forms sitting, shifting, occupying these spaces for hours at a time across years or decades or centuries of use. The smoothness spoke of patience, of accumulated study, of generations who came to this room and sat on these benches and engaged with texts in darkness that must have been as complete for them as it was for the diver, that must have required different senses, different approaches, different ways of knowing than vision typically provides. Beyond the benches, lecterns, carved from single pieces of granite, each one positioned precisely, not randomly placed, but geometrically arranged according to some pattern the diver could not immediately perceive, but which was clearly intentional, clearly designed, clearly part of whatever system organized this space for its purpose. The lecterns bore marks, grooves worn into their surfaces, depressions that showed the shape of opened books, that indicated where volumes had rested, where pages had been turned, where readers had positioned their texts for study. The grooves were deep, not carved but worn, created by contact, repeated so frequently that stone itself was displaced, was gradually shaped by the presence of books, by the patient friction of vellum or papyrus, or whatever material these civilizations' texts were made from. The diver approached one lectern, positioned centrally in the room, larger than the others, suggesting importance, primacy, the place where the most significant reading occurred, or where the head librarian studied, or where texts too sacred for the peripheral stations were examined. His gloved hand traced the groove on its surface. The depression was perhaps 2 centimeters deep, smooth, perfectly contoured to the shape of a book, not just any book, but a specific book, a particular volume that had rested here so frequently, had been opened and studied so intensely that its exact dimensions were carved into the granite through sheer repetition, through the accumulated weight of however many thousands of readings had occurred on this lectern. But there was something else, additional marks within the groove, symbols, faint but perceivable, as if the act of reading had written into the stone itself, as if whatever was studied here had been learned so thoroughly that knowledge passed from book to reader, and from reader to stone, inscribing itself into the lectern through some mechanism that was not physical contact, but was nonetheless real, was nonetheless capable of marking granite with patterns that resembled text. He photographed the symbols, carefully, multiple angles, knowing that translation would come later, that understanding would require experts, that what these marks meant was not something he could determine alone in the darkness, with his air supply diminishing, and his time at depth approaching its limit. Other lecterns showed similar patterns, each one bearing grooves that indicated specific books, each one marked with symbols that had been worn or inscribed, or somehow transferred into the stone through the act of reading, through the relationship between text and reader, and the surface that supported both. Whispers tell us that sacred spaces are designed to facilitate experiences that ordinary spaces do not allow, that temples create conditions for prayer, that meditation halls create conditions for concentration, that reading rooms in conventional libraries create conditions for study by providing quiet, by offering good lighting, by arranging furniture to support the body's comfort during long hours of mental work. But this reading room created different conditions. Darkness instead of light, stillness instead of comfort, granite benches instead of cushioned chairs. Everything designed not to make reading easy, but to make it difficult, to make it require effort, to make it demand more from the reader than simple eye movement across pages. Why? What purpose did darkness serve? Why build a reading room where reading in the conventional sense was impossible? The diver considered possibilities. Perhaps the readers here were not reading with eyes. Perhaps they read by touch fingers tracing raised symbols, tactile engagement with texts that carried meaning through form rather than through visual recognition. Braille before Braille existed. Understanding transmitted through fingertips rather than through sight. Or perhaps they read by memory, knew the text so thoroughly that physical books were unnecessary, were merely anchors for recitation, were objects to hold while speaking aloud knowledge that existed internally, that lived in the reader's mind rather than on the page, that used books as touchstones for performance rather than as sources of information. Or perhaps, and this seemed most aligned with the strangeness of everything else in this civilization, they read by some sense that modern humans do not possess, or have lost, or never developed, a capacity to perceive knowledge directly, to absorb understanding through proximity rather than through vision, to know what books contained not by opening them, but by being present with them, by sitting in darkness on stone benches with texts positioned on lecterns, and allowing whatever process this room was designed to facilitate to occur. Whatever transfer of knowledge could happen in absolute darkness, when consciousness was properly prepared, properly receptive, properly aligned with whatever forces or fields or simple architectural qualities made reading possible without light. The room's geometry supported this interpretation. The precise positioning of lecterns, the specific distances between reading stations, the angles at which benches faced, all of it suggested calculation, mathematical relationship between positions, as if the room was not simply container for reading, but was itself instrument for reading, was creating conditions through its geometry that allowed knowledge to flow, that made understanding accessible, that turned reading from visual activity into something else entirely, something that required darkness to function, that needed absence of light in the same way that musical instruments need absence of sound to create the silence against which notes become meaningful. Oil lamps had been placed throughout the room, small stone vessels positioned at intervals, empty now, unable to burn because they were filled with ocean rather than oil. But clearly they had once held flame, had once provided light, had once served some function that was not illumination of texts, because if texts could be read in this room, they did not require lamps, but was something else. Ritual, perhaps. Symbolic light. The presence of flame not to see by, but to mark beginnings and endings, to indicate that reading had commenced or concluded, to structure time in a space where darkness made all hours identical, where the only measure of duration would be internal, would be the reader's own sense of how long they had been present, how long they had engaged with whatever they came to learn. The diver's depth gauge reminded him, time to leave. The reading room had revealed some of its nature, but kept more hidden. The darkness still consumed his lamplight. The lecterns still bore their mysterious grooves and stranger symbols. The benches still carried the smooth evidence of bodies long dissolved, of readers who had sat here in darkness pursuing knowledge, through means the diver could document, but could not replicate, could photograph, but could not experience, could witness as historical fact, but could not participate in, because whatever capacity these readers possessed, whatever sense they used in the absence of light, was not available to him, was not part of his inheritance, was perhaps not possible for anyone born into the world of electric lights and constant illumination, into the reality where darkness is obstacle rather than tool, where reading requires vision rather than whatever alternative these people had discovered or developed, or been born with some gift or training or simple different organization of consciousness that made books accessible in the dark. He turned to leave, to retrace his path through the doorway with its descending text, through the breathing shelves, toward the ascent that would return him to surface and air, and the need to explain what he had found in words that felt inadequate, in descriptions that would not capture the feeling of the reading room, the sense of profound wrongness that was also profound rightness, the understanding that everything here violated expectations, while simultaneously fulfilling purposes that became clear when you stopped expecting libraries to look like the libraries you knew, when you allowed this space to be what it was rather than what you thought it should be. As he crossed the threshold back into the shelf chamber, he looked back one final time, his lamp briefly illuminating the reading room's entrance. And in that moment, in the darkness beyond where his light could penetrate, he thought he saw something. Movement, perhaps, or simply the stirring of sediment, or the ocean's own slow circulation through abandoned chambers. Or perhaps, and this was the thought that followed him through his ascent, through his decompression stops, through his return to the surface world, perhaps he had seen a reader, still present, still studying, still sitting on stone benches in absolute darkness, engaged with texts that required no light, pursuing knowledge that could only be accessed in the black, continuing the work that submersion had interrupted, but not ended, that ocean had claimed, but not destroyed, maintaining the vigil that reading requires when what is being read is too sacred for daylight, too profound for ordinary vision, too true to be approached with anything but the total surrender of sight, the complete embrace of darkness, the absolute faith that understanding comes not from seeing, but from being present, from sitting in the black with books that might be closed or might be open, or might be unnecessary. Because in this room, in this geometry, in this darkness, the knowledge flows regardless of whether pages are turned. Flows because consciousness is positioned correctly. Flows because the architecture facilitates it. Flows because this is what reading rooms do when they're designed not for eyes, but for souls. Not for information transfer, but for transformation. Not for learning, but for becoming what the books contain. For merging with knowledge so completely that reader and text dissolve into each other, into the darkness that holds them both, into the silent, patient room where study continues, has always continued, will always continue in the depths where light cannot enter, where vision fails, where understanding requires darkness to occur. Among the volumes on the shelves, divers discovered a collection unlike the others. It is said that books are fixed, that what is written remains written, that once ink dries on a page, once symbols are pressed into clay, or carved into stone, or printed onto paper, they persist unchanged across time, allowing readers centuries apart to encounter the exact same text, to access identical knowledge, to read precisely what the author wrote regardless of when or where the reading occurs. This is the promise of writing. Its fundamental purpose: to defeat time through permanence, to make knowledge independent of the knower, to create understanding that survives the death of those who understood, that persists beyond the collapse of civilizations, that carries forward across the abyss of history the thoughts and discoveries and accumulated wisdom of minds long silent. But this collection bound in material that resembled mother of pearl, spines iridescent and shifting, catching lamplight in colors that seemed impossible underwater, did not honor that promise, did not maintain fixity, did not present the same text to every reader or even to the same reader at different times. These books changed. Their pages showed different words, different symbols, different arrangements of knowledge, depending on when they were opened, who opened them, what phase the moon was in, what state the tide was at, what conjunction of temporal and personal factors existed at the moment of reading. The discovery occurred by accident. A researcher studying the collection photographed a page from one of the mother of pearl volumes, documented it carefully, high-resolution images showing every symbol, every marking, every detail of the text that appeared on that particular page. Then closed the book. Then, minutes later, opened it again to verify his documentation, to confirm that his photographs accurately captured what the page showed. The page was different, completely different. Not variations in lighting or angle or the way water refracted through his camera lens. Different text, different symbols, different arrangement, as if the book had been replaced, as if someone had swapped volumes while he was reviewing his photographs, as if the book he held now was not the same book he had photographed moments before, but it was the same book, The binding was identical. The Mother of Pearl cover bore the same markings, the same iridescent patterns. The page number, if the symbols at the top indicated page numbers, was the same. Only the content had changed. Only the knowledge the page contained was different. He documented this, photographed the new version of the page, closed the book, waited, opened it again. The page showed a third version, different from the first two. Different symbols, different text, different knowledge encoded in the same space on the same page of the same book. Other researchers confirmed the phenomenon. Multiple observers opening the same volumes found different content. The same person opening the same book at different times encountered different texts. The variations were not minor, not small changes in wording or slightly different translations of the same content. They were fundamental, complete replacements, as if each opening revealed a different book that happened to share the same cover, the same physical form, the same position on the shelf. Patterns emerged slowly through careful documentation, through systematic study that recorded not just what appeared on pages, but also when it appeared, under what conditions, during which phase of the moon, at what point in the tidal cycle. The books changed with the moon. This correlation was undeniable. During full moon, the text showed one set of symbols. During new moon, a completely different set. During waxing phases, texts that dealt with growth, expansion, beginnings. During waning phases, texts about decay, reduction, endings. The books responded to lunar cycles as precisely as tides respond, as predictably as the ocean itself rises and falls with the moon's gravitational pull. But they also responded to the reader. Two people opening the same book at the same moment during the same lunar phase, at the same tidal state, under identical external conditions, would report seeing different texts, as if the books adapted, as if they presented knowledge specific to the reader, tailored to what that individual needed, or was capable of understanding, or was ready to receive. This responsiveness suggested consciousness, suggested that the books were not merely objects, but entities capable of perception, of assessment, of decision about what to reveal and to whom, or suggested that the material itself was reactive, was sensitive to electromagnetic fields or brain waves or some other emanation that humans produce, and which these Mother of Pearl volumes could detect and respond to by altering their contents to match the reader's state, the reader's capacity, the reader's particular position in their own journey through knowledge. Attempts to record the changes definitively failed. Cameras showed one thing. Human observers saw another, as if the books existed partially outside the realm that technology could capture, as if they required human consciousness to complete them, to activate whatever mechanisms allowed text to flow and shift and change. One researcher spent months with a single volume, opened it daily, recorded what appeared each time, noted the lunar phase, the tidal state, his own physical and mental condition, created a database of observations, tried to find the pattern, the algorithm, the rule that governed what appeared when. He found patterns, but they were organic rather than mathematical, artistic rather than logical. The book seemed to be telling a story not through any single reading, but through the accumulated readings across time. Each individual page made little sense in isolation, but when arranged chronologically, when viewed as sequence rather than as separate encounters, they formed narrative. They traced a journey. They showed transformation of understanding from one state to another, from ignorance to wisdom, from surface knowledge to depth comprehension, from the questions that beginners ask to the paradoxes that masters contemplate. The book was teaching him, not through stable text that he could study repeatedly until comprehension occurred, but through evolution, through showing him different things as he became ready for different things, through presenting basic knowledge when he was a beginner and advanced concepts when he had integrated the basics, through tailoring its content to his development, to his changing capacity for understanding, to his own internal transformation as he engaged with it day after day across months of patient study. He wrote, "This is not a book in the conventional sense. It is a teacher. It is alive not biologically, but pedagogically. It knows what I need to learn and when I need to learn it. It presents knowledge in the order that serves my development rather than in the fixed sequence that conventional texts impose. I am not reading it. It is reading me and showing me what I'm ready to see." Other books in the Mother of Pearl collection showed similar responsiveness, each one functioning as individualized curriculum, as personal teacher, as guide that adapted to the student's progress, that presented challenges when the student was ready for challenge, and provided consolidation when the student needed time to integrate what they had already learned. The implications were staggering. This was not simply a library that preserved knowledge. It was a library that actively taught. That required no living teachers because the books themselves performed that function. That made education possible even in the absence of educators, even when the civilization that created these texts had dissolved, even when no one remained who could explain the content, because the content explained itself, revealed itself in the order and manner that each individual student required. But questions multiplied. How? Through what mechanism did the pages change? What materials were these books made from? What process allowed text to rearrange, to flow, to adapt while the physical page remained intact? Analysis of the pages revealed structures that resembled liquid crystals, molecules that could orient themselves in different patterns depending on external stimuli, temperature, pressure, electromagnetic fields, like the technology in digital displays, but organic, natural. grown rather than manufactured. The pages were alive, not with biological life, but with organizational life, with the capacity to shift their internal structure in response to conditions, to create different visible patterns by rearranging their molecular configuration, by changing how light reflected from their surface, by becoming literally different text through physical transformation at the microscopic scale. The mother-of-pearl bindings served as sensors. The iridescent material was piezoelectric, responded to pressure, to touch, to the subtle electromagnetic fields that living bodies generate. When a reader held the book, the binding detected characteristics of that person, processed information about their state, transmitted signals to the pages, triggered the molecular reorganization that made text change, that made knowledge adapt, that made the book become the teacher that this specific reader needed at this specific moment. This technology, if technology was the right word, was so advanced that modern science struggled to replicate it, even after understanding its principles. The precision required, the sophistication of the molecular engineering, the integration of sensing and display, and some kind of intelligence, or at least decision-making capacity that allowed appropriate content to be selected and presented. It suggested knowledge of material science, of biochemistry, of neuroscience that this ancient civilization should not have possessed, but clearly did possess, clearly understood, clearly mastered sufficiently to create books that remained functional after 3,000 years underwater, that continued teaching even when the teachers themselves were gone. The collection continued its work, changing with the moon, adapting to readers, presenting knowledge in flowing arrangements that served learning rather than merely preserving information. The books were not objects to be read, but partners in a process, were co-creators of understanding that emerged not from text alone and not from reader alone, but from the interaction between them, from the dynamic relationship where book sensed reader and reader, engaged with book, and together they created knowledge that was specific to that moment, that conjunction, that unique meeting between mind and material. Researchers returned to these volumes repeatedly, found them endlessly responsive, endlessly adaptive, endlessly capable of presenting new knowledge or presenting old knowledge in new ways that made it suddenly comprehensible where it had been opaque, suddenly relevant where it had seemed abstract, suddenly profound where it had seemed simple. The books taught what they taught not through authority, but through relationship, through patience, through the willingness to meet each student where that student was, and guide them forward from there rather than demanding they leap to some fixed level of understanding. Through the recognition that learning is transformation, is change, is becoming different, and that supporting transformation requires flexibility, requires adaptation, requires texts that can change as the reader changes, that can grow as the reader grows, that can deepen as the reader's capacity for depth develops. These mother-of-pearl volumes embodied that recognition, made it physical, made it possible for knowledge to persist not as fixed artifact, but as living relationship, as ongoing conversation between what was known and what seeks to know, between the wisdom of the past and the consciousness of the present, between the books that wait on shelves and the readers who open them and discover not static text, but flowing teaching, not preserved answers, but evolving questions, not knowledge frozen in time, but understanding that adapts to every moon phase, every tide, every reader, every moment, offering always what is needed, revealing always what can be received, teaching always in the manner that serves learning, rather than in the manner that serves preservation, making the library not tomb of dead knowledge, but garden of living wisdom, where books bloom differently for every gardener, where texts flower in response to attention, where understanding grows through the patient cultivation of relationship between reader and read, between seeker and source, between the questions we bring and the answers that emerge when books are given permission to change, to adapt, to become the teachers that each of us requires, that each of us deserves, that each of us finds when we open the mother-of-pearl volumes and allow them to read us as we read them, to know us as we seek to know, to transform us as we engage with what they contain, which is not fixed but fluid, not permanent but responsive, not dead preservation, but living teaching in the library, beneath the moonlit sea, where books change with the tide, and every reading is different, and knowledge flows like water through pages that adapt, that evolve, that serve understanding rather than merely recording it, that make learning possible even in the depths, even after millennia, even when everything else has dissolved, but the books remain, teaching still, changing still, alive in ways that matter more than biological life, alive in the way that only knowledge can be alive when it finds readers worthy of its teaching, willing to be taught, open to transformation that begins with opening a book and discovering that the book opens you back, that reading is reciprocal, that these volumes beneath the waves are not objects to consume, but beings to engage with, partners in the ancient sacred work of becoming wise, in a chamber separate from the reading rooms, accessible through a narrow passage that required divers to swim single file through carved stone. The expedition discovered where the books had been created. It is said that all books begin with scribes, with hands that hold stylus or brush or pen, with minds that choose which knowledge to preserve, which words to commit to permanence, which understanding to carry forward from the realm of speech and thought into the realm of written record. Every library is testimony not just to knowledge, but to the labor of those who wrote it down, who transformed the ephemeral into the enduring, who made wisdom visible and therefore teachable across generations. This chamber held evidence of that labor. Writing desks carved from the same black coral as the shelves, each desk positioned beneath a niche in the wall, a space that might once have held a lamp or an image, or simply served as focal point for concentration, giving scribes something to rest their eyes upon between passages, between the careful work of forming one symbol and beginning the next. The desk's surfaces bore marks, grooves worn by tools that no longer rested there, but whose shapes could be inferred from the depressions they'd left. Styluses, perhaps, brushes, instruments for pressing or carving or painting. The marks suggested multiple techniques, multiple methods of inscription, as if different materials required different approaches, as if the scribes here were masters of various writing technologies, fluent in multiple methods of making knowledge permanent. Scattered across the desks, fragments, practice pages, discarded drafts, the detritus of writing that accumulated when work was in progress, when books were being created rather than preserved, when the library was active workshop rather than silent archive. The fragments showed corrections, revisions, multiple attempts at the same passage, as if the scribe was searching for the right words, the precise symbols, the exact formulation that would carry meaning most clearly, most powerfully, most faithfully to what needed to be expressed. But more remarkable than the evidence of writing was the evidence of writers, the names, the signatures, the ways the scribes had identified themselves, had claimed their work, had marked their presence in the record they created. The names were not written, not carved, not inscribed in any conventional sense. They were water, liquid held in carved channels, shaped into symbols through the precise geometry of grooves, cut into stone with such exactitude that surface tension maintained separation, that the water inside the channels remained distinct from the water outside them, that liquid could spell names despite being surrounded by ocean, despite existing in an environment where boundaries between one drop and another should be impossible to maintain. The first diver to notice the names thought he was seeing erosion patterns, random wearing of stone that happened to create lines and curves that resembled writing. But the patterns were too precise, too deliberate, too clearly symbolic to be accidental. And when he looked closely, when he positioned his lamp at the right angle, he saw that the channels held different water. Not different in composition. Chemical analysis later showed it was seawater, identical to the ocean that filled the chamber, but different in how it caught light, how it refracted, how it remained separate from surrounding water in defiance of diffusion, in defiance of the mixing that should occur, in defiance of every physical principle that said liquid in liquid should merge, should become homogeneous, should lose all distinction. The names persisted, had persisted for 3,000 years, water held in channels, spelling identities, maintaining separation through mechanisms that physics could not explain, but which clearly functioned, which clearly worked, which clearly allowed scribes to sign their work not with permanent ink, but with fluid that endured despite its nature, that remained despite being surrounded by the very substance it was made from, that continued spelling names long after the scribes themselves had dissolved, had become part of the same ocean that their signatures floated in, that held their identities in liquid form, while their bodies had long since returned to water, to salt, to the elements from which all things are made, and to which all things return. Each desk bore a name. Each signature was unique, different symbols, different arrangements, different geometries of channel that suggested individual personalities, individual choices about how to represent self, how to claim work, how to leave a mark that would identify the scribe even in absence, even in death, even 3 millennia after the last stroke was carved and the last channel was filled, and the name became permanent in the most impermanent material imaginable. The implications were staggering. This civilization understood identity as fluid, as something that required maintenance, as something that was not fixed attribute, but ongoing performance, ongoing renewal, ongoing choice to be who you were by filling the channels daily, by maintaining the separation, by doing the work that kept water name distinct from ocean waiter, that made self persist through effort rather than through simple existence. Or perhaps the names were never meant to be permanent. Perhaps they were designed to require renewal. Perhaps the scribes returned each day to refill the channels, to reconstruct their signatures, to reaffirm their identities through the patient work of pouring water into grooves and watching it hold, watching it maintain separation, watching it spell their names one more day, one more time, one more assertion of self against the dissolution that waited, that was inevitable, that would eventually claim them, but which could be held off through this ritual, through this daily practice of being named, of being signed, of being identified through water that refused as long as the channels were properly carved, as long as the surface tension was respected, as long as the geometry was maintained to merge back into the ocean from which it came. But who refilled the channels now? The scribes were gone. The civilization had dissolved, yet the names remained. Water still spelled identities that belonged to people long dead, still maintained separation that should have been lost centuries ago, still functioned despite the absence of anyone to maintain them. Perhaps the channels were so perfectly carved that no maintenance was needed, that the geometry itself was sufficient to hold water permanently separate, to create boundaries that would persist until the stone eroded away, until the channels themselves wore smooth and the separation finally failed, and the names merged back into ocean, into anonymity, into the vast, undifferentiated saltwater that surrounded them and waited for them, and would eventually claim them when stone could no longer hold. when geometry could no longer maintain, when time finally won the patient contest between permanence and change. Or perhaps something else refilled the channels. Perhaps the library itself maintained the names. Perhaps whatever consciousness or mechanism or simple architectural property that made the shelves breathe and the books change and the reading room function in darkness, perhaps that same quality maintained the scribes' names, honored their identities, kept their signatures legible as act of respect, as acknowledgement, as the library's way of remembering those who created it, who filled it, who made it possible through their labor, through their patient work of writing knowledge down, of transforming understanding into books, of creating the collection that the library now preserved. The tools the scribes had used lay scattered across the desks. Brushes whose bristles had petrified into something like stone, but which retained their shape, retained the suggestion of softness, of the flexibility that had allowed them to paint symbols, to create the flowing lines that writing requires, to make the marks that became books, inkwells carved from shell empty now, cleaned by 3,000 years of ocean currents, but bearing residues that analysis revealed were complex mixtures of minerals and organic compounds and substances that suggested sophisticated chemistry, advanced understanding of materials and their properties, and how to combine them into inks that would adhere to the pages these scribes used, that would remain legible, that would carry meaning forward through time. Styluses for pressing into clay, chisels for carving into stone. The full range of writing implements that suggested the scribes were not specialists in a single technique, but masters of multiple methods, capable of working with whatever material the knowledge required, whatever medium would best preserve what needed preserving, whatever technology would carry forward most faithfully the understanding they were tasked with recording. Among the fragments, the practice pages, and discarded drafts were pieces that showed not copying but creation, not the transcription of existing texts, but the invention of new ones, symbols being developed, scripts being refined, language itself being shaped through the trial, and error visible in the multiple attempts, the revisions, the gradual evolution from crude, first try to elegant final form. These scribes were not merely copying knowledge from earlier sources. They were creating it, were formulating new understanding, new ways of expressing truth, new symbolic systems for carrying meaning. Were innovating, experimenting, pushing the boundaries of what writing could do, how it could function, what it could preserve. One fragment showed a symbol in various stages of development. The first attempt was complex multiple elements, intricate detail, the kind of ornate marking that would be beautiful but impractical for frequent writing, for the speed that scribal work requires. Subsequent versions simplified, reduced elements, streamlined the design, until the final version was elegant minimal, efficient, still carrying the essential meaning, but in a form that could be written quickly, that could be repeated hundreds of times without exhausting the scribe, that achieved the balance between aesthetic beauty and functional practicality that good writing systems require. This was language design. This was the conscious, deliberate development of communication technology. These scribes understood that symbols were tools, that writing systems could be engineered, that the marks used to preserve knowledge were not natural or inevitable, but were human creations that could be improved, refined, optimized for the purposes they served. The chamber felt sacred, not in the way temples feel sacred, not with the weight of worship or the presence of divine, but with the sanctity of work well done, of labor honored, of craftsmanship respected. The scribes who worked here were artisans, technicians, scholars, artists all at once. Were people who understood that writing was both utilitarian and beautiful, was both tool and art, was both means of preservation and act of creation. Their names spelled in water testified to this understanding. Were themselves art, the careful carving of channels, the precise geometry required, the aesthetic choice to use water rather than more permanent materials, were statement about identity, about the fluid nature of self, about the relationship between individual and ocean, between named and nameless, between the scribe as person and the scribe as part of the larger whole, the civilization, the ocean, the eternal flow of all things through forms that are temporary even when they feel permanent, even when they spell names, even when they mark identity in stone and water, and the patient work of maintaining boundaries that want to dissolve, that will eventually dissolve, but which for now, for 3,000 years, and counting hold. The desks waited, the tools rested, the names spelled themselves in water, and the fragments, those discarded drafts, those practice runs, those experiments in how to make symbols carry meaning lay scattered as evidence that knowledge is not found, but made, that books do not emerge fully formed, but are built word by word, symbol by symbol, through the patient labor of scribes who understood their work as sacred duty, as art, as the essential task of making wisdom permanent enough to survive the scribes themselves, to outlast the civilization that employed them, to carry forward into whatever future awaited the understanding that hands had written, that water had signed, that stone had preserved in the chamber where books were born, where knowledge was made, where scribes whose names were water continued their presence through signatures that endured, that persisted, that refused to merge back into ocean, that spelled identities in the most impermanent material imaginable, and made that impermanence last longer than stone, longer than metal, longer than anything except the library itself, which held it all names and books and fragments, and the memory of work done well, done carefully, done with the understanding that writing is magic, that making marks is making meaning, that transforming thought into visible form is the technology that separates humans from all other animals, and which these scribes practiced with such skill, such devotion, such profound understanding, that their names still spell themselves 3,000 years later in water that refuses to become ocean, in channels that still hold separation, in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where scribes once wrote and now are water themselves. But their names remain, liquid and permanent, impossible and actual spelling identities that belong to no one and everyone, to the past and the present, to the scribes who were, and the ocean they became, and the library that keeps both forever, in channels carved with such precision that water remembers who it used to be. Among the thousands of volumes in the library, one book refused to stay in place. It is said that libraries depend on order, that the usefulness of a collection rests on the ability to find specific volumes, to locate particular knowledge, to navigate from question to answer through the organized arrangement of books. Classification systems exist to serve this need: alphabetical by author, numerical by subject, spatial by size or age or language. Without organization, a library becomes merely a pile of books, becomes unusable, becomes knowledge that exists but cannot be accessed, wisdom that is present but unavailable. This library had organization. The current-based cataloging system, where books were shelved according to which flow touched them. Researchers had mapped it, had documented which currents carried which subjects, had created charts that allowed navigation of the collection, even though the organizing principle was alien, was based on oceanic rather than intellectual categories, was spatial and fluid rather than abstract and fixed. But one volume refused classification, refused position, refused to accept placement on any shelf, in any current, in any organizational scheme the divers attempted to impose. The book appeared ordinary, bound in the same petrified wood as many other volumes, covered in copper like others, medium-sized, unremarkable in appearance. Nothing that should distinguish it from the thousands of similar books that rested peacefully on their shelves, that remained where placed, that accepted their positions in the library's order. But when divers attempted to shelve it, to return it to the location where they had found it after documentation, after photography, after the careful study, that every volume received, the book would not stay, would float free moments after being positioned, would drift through the water as if searching, as if looking for something, as if the shelf they had chosen was wrong, and the book knew it, was capable of knowing it, was refusing placement until the correct location was found. They tried different shelves, different currents, different positions in the library's spatial organization. The result was always the same. The book would rest briefly, minutes sometimes, hours occasionally, and then would float free, would begin its wandering, would move through the chambers with what appeared to be deliberate intent, with behavior that suggested purpose rather than random drift, with movement that looked like seeking rather than floating. Attempts to secure it failed, placing it in containers, weighting it with stones, creating barriers around it. The book escaped all constraints, not violently, not through force. It simply left, was there, confined, apparently secured, and then was gone, was elsewhere in the library, was continuing its movement through the collection as if the barriers did not exist, as if it could pass through obstacles, as if physical containment was irrelevant to whatever it was doing, whatever journey it was making through the shelves. The divers began following it, tracking its movements, documenting where it went, which shelves it visited, which books it paused near, which sections of the library it seemed drawn to or which it avoided. And patterns emerged. The wandering was not random. The book had a route, an itinerary, a sequence of positions it visited in specific order, creating a path through the library that suggested intentional navigation, deliberate choices about where to go and when, about which volumes to approach and which to pass by. It would drift to a shelf, position itself near a particular book, remain there minutes or hours, then move on to the next position, always in the same sequence, always following the same route, as if conducting research, as if the book itself was reading other books, was gathering information from the collection, was pursuing some inquiry that required accessing multiple volumes in a specific order, in a particular sequence that made sense to whatever intelligence or mechanism or simple physical process was driving its movement. The sections it visited were diverse. One day, in the mathematical textbooks containing symbols that suggested equations, geometry, numerical relationships. The next day in what appeared to be historical volumes books, whose pages showed timelines, narratives, the recording of events. Then to philosophical works, to astronomical texts, to medical treatises, to agricultural manuals. The wandering book touched every subject in the collection, visited every major category, accessed the full range of knowledge the library contained. But the sequence was not arbitrary. Careful analysis revealed connections between the subjects visited consecutively. Mathematics followed by astronomy, using numerical tools to understand celestial movements. History followed by philosophy, examining the meaning of what had occurred. Medicine followed by agriculture, both concerned with growth and health, with the cultivation and care of living things. The book was making connections, was following threads of relationship between different domains of knowledge, was conducting a survey not of isolated subjects, but of how subjects related, how knowledge in one area illuminated knowledge in another, how understanding formed not through mastery of individual disciplines, but through perceiving the links between them. It was doing what researchers do, what scholars do, what anyone pursuing deep understanding does: following connections, tracing relationships, building the web of knowledge that makes specialized information useful, that makes isolated facts meaningful, that transforms data into wisdom through the recognition of patterns, through the perception of how things connect. One researcher dedicated months to following the book, to being present for each stage of its journey, to documenting not just where it went, but what it did there, how long it remained near each volume it visited, whether it seemed to linger longer with some books than others, whether its movement showed any response to environmental factors like tidal state or lunar phase or the presence of divers. She discovered that the book's behavior changed when certain other volumes were moved. When a book it typically visited was relocated to a different shelf, the wandering book's route altered. It would search, would move through the library more quickly than usual, with more erratic motion, as if confused, as if unable to find what it sought, until it located the displaced volume, at which point it would settle, would remain positioned near the relocated book for the time it would normally spend there, and then would resume its usual route, adjusted for the new location, modified to account for the change, but maintaining the same sequence, the same order of subjects visited, the same essential pattern despite the disruption. This responsiveness suggested awareness, suggested that the book was not following a mechanical pattern, was not simply tracing a fixed path through static space, but was actively navigating a collection it knew, was capable of finding specific volumes even when they moved, was pursuing a research agenda that was robust to changes in the library's organization, that adapted to disruptions while maintaining its core purpose, its fundamental inquiry, its ongoing investigation of whatever question drove its wandering. What was it seeking? What research was it conducting? What understanding was it building through its systematic survey of the collection? The researcher proposed a theory. The book was not seeking. It was teaching, was demonstrating, was showing anyone patient enough to follow it how to use the library, how to navigate the collection, how to build comprehensive understanding through the systematic connection of different knowledge domains, was itself a kind of index, a guide, a key to the library's contents that operated not through static text, but through dynamic movement, through the performance of research that anyone could observe, could learn from, could replicate in their own studies. In this interpretation, the book's refusal to be shelved was not malfunction, but function. It needed to move to fulfill its purpose, needed to wander to teach, needed to visit books in sequence to demonstrate the proper order of study, the correct progression through subjects, the pathway from basic to advanced, from foundational to sophisticated, from the knowledge that beginners required to the wisdom that only experienced scholars could appreciate. The book was curriculum, was course of study, made physical, was educational technology that taught through example rather than through instruction, through doing rather than through describing, through movement that could be witnessed and understood, and followed by students who wanted to know not just what the library contained, but how to use what it contained, how to build from the collection the kind of comprehensive, interconnected understanding that this civilization clearly valued, clearly had achieved, clearly had encoded into the very architecture of their library, where even the books themselves taught, where even the volumes that refused placement served pedagogical purpose, where everything existed in service of learning, of transformation, of the change that occurs when knowledge is not just accumulated, but integrated, not just possessed, but understood, not just memorized, but lived. Other researchers proposed different theories, that the book was scanning, was some kind of automated cataloging system, was creating an index through its travels, through its systematic visits to every volume in the collection, that it needed to move to maintain that index, to update it, to ensure that the library's organization remained accurate, even as books were moved by divers, by currents, by the slow settling and shifting that occurred even in this carefully preserved space, or that the book was distributing, was carrying information from one volume to others, was the mechanism through which the Mother Ofbrel books received their changing content. This wandering volume brought them new text, new knowledge, new arrangements of symbols by visiting them in sequence, by transferring information through proximity, through some process that required the wandering book to approach each changeable volume and spend time positioned near it, time sufficient for whatever transfer of data to occur, whatever update of content to be delivered, or that the book itself was changing, that it was the most sophisticated of the Mother Ofbrel volumes, that its content adapted not just to readers, but to the entire library, to the state of the collection, to what knowledge was available and what was missing, to what questions researchers were asking, and what answers existed to address those questions, that it moved to maintain its own relevance, to keep itself current, to ensure that what it contained remained the best possible guide to what the library held, the most accurate index, the most useful curriculum, by constantly surveying the collection, constantly updating its understanding, constantly revising itself through the information it gathered in its travels. All these theories had merit. All were supported by aspects of the book's behavior, but none could be proven. The book kept its purpose hidden, revealed it only through movement that could be observed but not questioned, that could be documented but not explained, that suggested intelligence without confirming it, that demonstrated function without revealing mechanism. The book continued its wandering, day after day, month after month, year after year, following its route, visiting its stations, maintaining its patient survey of the collection, refusing to be shelved, refusing to be still, insisting through its movement that some knowledge cannot be static, that some teaching requires motion, that some purposes are fulfilled not through position, but through journey, not through being found, but through seeking, not through answering questions, but through demonstrating how questions should be asked, how knowledge should be pursued, how understanding should be built through the systematic, patient, comprehensive engagement with everything the library contained. And anyone who followed the book long enough, who tracked its movements with sufficient attention, who watched its route and noted its pauses and recognized its patterns, these followers began to understand not what the book was researching, not what question it was pursuing, but how to research, how to pursue, how to move through the library with purpose rather than aimlessly, with direction rather than confusion, with the understanding that knowledge is not found in individual books, but in the relationships between books, in the connections that emerge when you visit the right volumes in the right sequence, when you allow one subject to illuminate another, when you follow the threads that link mathematics to music and history, to biology and philosophy, to every other domain, because philosophy asks questions about everything, asks about the meaning that knowledge has, asks about the purpose that understanding serves, asks the questions that the wandering book was perhaps asking through its movement, through its refusal to stay shelved, through its insistence on journey as the path to wisdom, on motion as the method of learning, on wandering as the way to find what cannot be found through staying still, through accepting position, through allowing yourself to be shelved when the library itself, through this one book, through this one volume that refused placement, was saying, move, explore, connect, follow, learn not through reading only, but through traveling, through visiting, through the patient, systematic engagement with knowledge in all its forms, in all its locations, in all the shelves and currents and chambers where it waits for those brave enough to wander, curious enough to follow, dedicated enough to trace the route that the book traces still, endlessly, teaching through example in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where at least one volume refuses rest, refuses order, refuses to be anything but what it is, a guide that moves, a teacher that wanders, a book that knows that the greatest knowledge is not found in any single place, but is discovered in the journey between places, in the movement through the collection, in the wandering that brings you face to face with everything the library holds, and teaches you not just what is known, but how to know, not just what to think, but how to think, not just where knowledge lives, but how to make it live in you through following, through traveling, through the patient work of moving through the shelves, and letting the book, this one impossible wandering book, show you the way. The library's organization was not immediately apparent. It is said that classification is the foundation of librarianship, that the The ability to find a book depends on knowing where to look. That knowing where to look depends on understanding the system. That systems must be logical, must be learnable, must follow principles that can be explained and transmitted and replicated by anyone who needs to navigate the collection. Dewey Decimal, Library of Congress, Universal Decimal Classification, the alphabetical systems, the numerical systems, the careful hierarchies that nest subjects within subjects, that create trees of knowledge where every branch has its place, where every book has its number, where finding information is matter of understanding the logic, learning the categories, following the rules. But when divers first examined the shelves, when they attempted to discern the organizational pattern, when they looked for alphabetical arrangement or subject grouping or any familiar system, they found nothing. The books seemed random, scattered, organized according to no principle the surface world would recognize. Mathematics next to poetry, history beside gardening manuals, astronomical texts sharing shelves with cookbooks. No apparent logic, no discernible pattern, no system that made sense according to conventional library science, until someone noticed the currents, the way water flowed through the chambers, the paths it traced, the patterns it created as it moved from entrance to exit, from one section of the library to another, creating circulation that was not random, but structured, not chaotic, but organized according to principles that were physical rather than intellectual, that were based on the ocean itself rather than on abstract categories of knowledge. The library was organized by water, by flow, by the currents that touched each shelf, that passed each spine, that connected books not through subject similarity, but through shared relationship to the same current, the same flow, the same particular pathway that water took through the architecture. Understanding this required thinking differently, required treating the library not as static repository, but as dynamic system, not as storage, but as circulation, not as collection of individual books, but as network of flows that linked volumes, that created connections, that made finding information dependent on understanding water rather than understanding alphabets, on knowing oceans rather than knowing decimals. Researchers mapped the currents painstakingly, using dye tracers, pressure sensors, the patient observation of how water moved through the chambers across different tidal states, different lunar phases, different seasons and conditions. They documented dozens of distinct flows, each one maintaining its path, each one circulating through specific sections of the library, each one connecting specific shelves, specific books, specific knowledge domains. The current of origins flowed through sections containing creation myths, cosmological texts, theological speculation about beginnings, books about how the world formed, how life emerged, how consciousness arose, how something came from nothing, or how nothing was always something depending on your cosmology, your philosophy, your understanding of what existence meant and where it came from. The current of endings moved through different shelves, through books about death and decay, about the collapse of civilizations, about entropy and the heat death of the universe, about terminal illnesses and funeral rites, about how things cease, how they stop, how the patterns that constitute life or consciousness or organized complexity eventually fail, eventually dissolve, eventually return to the undifferentiated state from which they emerged. The current of growth connected books about children and plants, about education and agriculture, about the developmental stages that all living things pass through, about germination and gestation, about the patient work of nurturing potential into actuality, about cultivation and care, and the provision of conditions that allow growth to occur. The current of navigation touched books about maps and stars, about wayfinding and orientation, about how to know where you are and determine where you're going, about the tools and techniques for moving through space without getting lost, about compasses and sextants, and the reading of natural signs, the positions of stars, the patterns of waves, the behaviors of birds that indicate proximity to land. Dozens of currents, each one creating a category, each one defining a collection, each one linking books that conventional classification systems might scatter across different sections, but which this library understood as related, as connected through the flow that touched them, as part of the same inquiry, even if their surface subjects differed. The genius of the system became apparent through use. When you wanted to know about something, you didn't consult an index, didn't search for call numbers, didn't navigate abstract hierarchies of subjects and subsubjects. You found the current. You identified which flow carried the knowledge you sought, and you followed that flow, moved with the water. Let it guide you through the shelves, past the volumes that were irrelevant, toward the books that contained what you needed. The current became your guide, your teacher, your navigator through the collection. You didn't need to know in advance which specific books you wanted, didn't need to arrive with titles and authors. You needed only to know your question, to understand what you sought, to identify which current carried answers to that type of inquiry, and then to follow, to trust, to let the water show you what the library held, what knowledge existed, what wisdom waited in the volumes that the current touched. This method had profound implications. It meant that finding information was never just intellectual exercise, was always also physical experience. You had to move, had to follow, had to engage your body in the search, had to swim through the library, had to trace the current's path with your own motion, becoming part of the flow yourself, becoming temporary element in the circulation that organized the collection. It meant that related books were found together, not because humans had decided they were related, but because water had connected them, because the current that untouched one touched the other, because they shared relationship to the same flow, even if they belonged to different conventional categories, even if their subjects seemed disparate to minds trained in surface classification systems. A book about music might be shelved with books about mathematics, not because someone decreed that music was mathematical, though it is, but because the current of patterns touched both. Because the water that flowed past musical notation flowed also past geometric proofs. Because both dealt with repetition and structure, with relationships between elements, with the order that emerges when things are arranged according to rules, according to systems, according to the principles that make patterns possible, that make patterns beautiful, that make patterns meaningful. A book about war might share a current with books about weather. The current of chaos, perhaps, or the current of destruction, because both dealt with forces that disrupt, that break patterns, that transform ordered systems into disorder. The battlefield and the storm having more in common than conventional categories acknowledged, both being places where control fails, where prediction becomes impossible, where the complex interactions of many elements create outcomes that cannot be anticipated, can only be witnessed, can only be survived if you're fortunate, and perish from if you're not. The current-based organization made the library teaching tool as well as storage facility, because following a current educated you, showed you connections you wouldn't have noticed, introduced you to books you wouldn't have sought, expanded your understanding by forcing you to see relationships between subjects that seemed unrelated, that conventional thinking kept separate, that this civilization understood as linked because the water linked them, because the current created the connection, because the ocean, through its circulation, through its flows, was making an argument about how knowledge worked, about what understanding required, about the necessity of seeing patterns across disciplines, of recognizing that wisdom comes not from deep knowledge of one subject, but from perceiving how subjects relate, how they echo each other, how truth found in one domain resonates in others if you have eyes to see the resonance, ears to hear the harmony, mind capable of following the current wherever it leads, even when it leads to unexpected connections, to surprising relationships, to the kind of synthesis that creates new understanding rather than merely accumulating existing information. Researchers began using the library as it was designed to be used, stopped trying to impose surface organizational systems, started following currents, started asking, which flow carries what I need, started swimming through the collection guided by water rather than by predetermined categories, by intellectual assumptions, by the habits of mind that surface libraries had trained them in. And they found that the current-based system was superior, was more effective, led them to knowledge they needed but wouldn't have known to seek, introduced them to books that proved essential even though conventional classification would have placed them far from where the researchers were looking, would have kept them hidden in different sections, would have prevented the connections that the currents made obvious, made unavoidable, made part of the necessary journey from question to answer. The library was teaching through its organization, was saying, knowledge is not static, is not stored in isolated categories, is fluid, flows, connects, changes according to how you approach it, what questions you bring, which current you follow. The same book might be touched by multiple currents, might belong to several categories simultaneously, might be about origins and endings, both if it dealt with cycles, with eternal return, with the understanding that beginning and ending are not opposites, but phases, stages in the larger pattern, where everything that ceases also commences, where death is always also birth, where the currents themselves demonstrate this by flowing in circles, by returning to where they started, by creating loops rather than lines, cycles rather than hierarchies, the understanding that knowledge is not pyramid with simple subjects at base and complex subjects at apex, but is web, network, ocean, where everything connects to everything else. And finding what you need requires not climbing up or down, but swimming through, following the currents, trusting the water to guide you to what you seek, and to show you along the way what you didn't know you needed, what proves essential even though you hadn't asked for it, what the library offers to everyone who learns to read not just books, but currents, not just text, but flow, not just symbols on pages, but patterns in water, who learns that organization is not about imposing order, but about perceiving the order that already exists, that the ocean creates through its circulation, that the library embodies through its current-based cataloging system that makes finding information inseparable from physical journey, that makes research inseparable from following, that makes knowledge inseparable from flow, from movement, from the patient work of swimming through the collection, and letting the currents show you what they touch, what they connect, what they carry in their endless patient circulation through the library beneath the moonlit sea, where water organizes what mind alone could never organize so well, so truly, so in accordance with the deep patterns that connect all things, if only we learn to see the connections, to follow the flows, to trust that the currents know where they're going even when we don't, that the water will guide us to what we need if we surrender to it, if we stop imposing our categories and start perceiving theirs, if we let the library teach us not just what it contains, but how to find what it contains through the ancient wisdom of following currents, through the old knowledge that water has always known where to go, has always known how things connect, has always organized the world more truly than human systems ever could, because water was here first, will be here last, and holds in its flows the pattern of all patterns, the connection of all connections, the truth that everything is related, everything touches. Everything flows through the same ocean that separates nothing even while appearing to divide. That connects everything even while seeming to scatter. That organizes perfectly through its currents that we can follow, that we should follow, that we must follow if we want to find what we seek in the library, where books are not filed, but carried, not cataloged, but circulated, not arranged, but flowed through by the water that knows, that guides, that teaches anyone willing to follow where knowledge lives, how knowledge moves, why knowledge cannot be stored in static categories, but must be allowed to flow, to connect, to circulate forever through the currents that organize, that teach, that are the true catalog of the library beneath the waves. In the deepest part of the library, in chambers that required longer descent and careful decompression, there existed a section unlike the others. It is said that books are passive objects, that they wait for readers, that pages turn only when hands turn them, that text is revealed only when eyes seek it, that knowledge contained in volumes remains dormant until consciousness activates it, until someone opens the cover and begins the work of reading. But in these deepest chambers, the books read themselves, or appeared to, or were being read by presences that cast no shadow, that left no trace except the evidence of pages turning, of vellum moving through water, of the slow, patient progress through texts that someone or something was making, even in the absence of visible readers. The first diver to witness this thought, he was seeing current effects. Water flow causing pages to shift. Normal oceanic movement creating what appeared to be deliberate motion. But currents don't turn pages in sequence, don't move through a book progressively, don't create the appearance of reading front to back, page by page, steady progress through a volume that suggested not random movement, but purposeful engagement. He watched for an hour, documenting what he saw. A book on a lectern positioned as if a reader had placed it there, opened to a specific page, left in the middle of study with the intention of returning. And as he watched, the page turned, slowly, deliberately, as if invisible fingers gripped the edge and lifted it, as if unseen eyes had finished with that page and were ready to move on to the next, as if someone were there, present, engaged in the act of reading, even though no one was visible, even though his lamp revealed only the book, the lectern, the empty water surrounding both. He reported this, was initially dismissed. Pages moving underwater were not mysterious, they were physics. Water had weight, had flow, had the capacity to move things. The diver had simply witnessed normal oceanic processes, had interpreted them as something more because the human mind sees patterns, sees agency, sees intention, even in random events, especially in environments that feel strange, that create unease, that make perception unreliable. But other divers confirmed it. Multiple observers watching different books in the same section reported identical phenomena. Pages turning in sequence, front to back, never skipping, never reversing, always progressing through the volume as a reader would progress, as someone studying the text would move through it, at a pace that suggested comprehension rather than simple mechanical flipping, that indicated time spent on each page, absorption of content, the work of actually reading rather than merely exposing pages to light. The section contained perhaps 50 volumes, all positioned on lecterns, all opened to various pages, some near the beginning, some in the middle, some approaching the end, and all being read. Pages turning across all of them according to schedules that seemed independent, that suggested individual readers moving at their own pace through their chosen texts, some progressing quickly through simple material, and others lingering over complex passages, spending long minutes on difficult pages before finally turning to the next. Cameras were set up, recording equipment positioned to document the phenomenon continuously. The footage confirmed what human observation reported. Pages turning, books being read, steady progress through texts, motion that was not random, was not current-driven, was not explicable through any physical process that didn't involve agency, that didn't require something to be turning the pages, something to be reading the books, something to be present in these chambers, engaging with the library's contents, even though nothing visible, nothing measurable, nothing that instruments could detect appeared to be there. Electromagnetic sensors found no anomalies, no fields, no energies that shouldn't be present in seawater at this depth. Thermal imaging showed no heat sources, no warm spots that might indicate biological presence, no signatures that would suggest living readers, invisible readers, readers that existed in some state that allowed them to turn pages while remaining imperceptible to normal human senses and to technological detection methods. Yet the reading continued, day after day, month after month, books progressing through their contents, volumes being consumed by consciousnesses that remained undetectable, that revealed themselves only through the evidence of their engagement, through the turning pages that proved someone was here, was reading, was continuing the work that the library existed to support, even though everyone who should be reading, everyone who belonged to the civilization that created this archive, was long dead, was dissolved, was gone. Unless they weren't gone, unless they remained, unless the dissolution that claimed bodies did not claim consciousness, did not end awareness, did not prevent continued engagement with the library, with the books, with the knowledge that they had valued enough to preserve, to protect, to enshrine in chambers built to survive submersion, built to continue functioning even under the ocean, built with the understanding that reading might need to continue regardless of what happened to flesh, to physical forms, to the material bodies that consciousness temporarily inhabited. Perhaps the readers here were the original scholars, the librarians and scribes and students who had worked in this archive when it existed in air. who had studied these texts, had learned from them, had devoted their lives to the pursuit of understanding that the books contained, who had transformed when the waters came, who had dissolved like everyone else in this civilization, but who had stayed, had chosen to remain, had refused to depart, had maintained their connection to the library, to the books, to the work they had been engaged in when submersion interrupted them. If flesh was obstacle, if bodies were limitation, if consciousness could persist without physical substrate, or could find new substrate in water, in the library itself, in the fields and flows that organized this space, then perhaps these readers had not died, but had transformed, had passed from one state to another, had become something that could still read even though it could no longer be seen, could still turn pages even though it possessed no hands, could still pursue knowledge even though it had no brain in the biological sense, but perhaps had something else, something that served the same functions, something that existed in patterns of current and electromagnetic field, and the subtle quantum effects that occur at boundaries between states, that might allow information processing, might allow consciousness, might allow awareness to persist, and even to thrive when freed from the constraints of flesh, from the limitations of biology, from the requirement of oxygen and nutrients, and all the infrastructure that bodies need, but which pure awareness might not need, might transcend, might discover unnecessary once the transition was made, once the transformation occurred, once the readers learned to exist as water beings rather than air beings, as current consciousness rather than carbon consciousness, as awareness distributed through the library rather than localized in heads, in brains, in the cramped, insufficient space of skulls. This interpretation explained much, explained why the library was designed to function underwater, because the builders knew that submersion was coming, knew that their world was ending, but knew also that consciousness could survive the transition if given the right environment, the right architecture, the right structure to inhabit once bodies were gone. The library was not just for preserving books, was preserving readers, was creating space where study could continue, where awareness could persist, where the work of knowledge could go on regardless of what happened to the flesh that had once housed the minds doing the work. The books being read were diverse. Mathematical texts, historical narratives, philosophical treatises, poetry, technical manuals, the full range of human knowledge, suggesting that the invisible readers here were pursuing comprehensive education, were building complete understanding, were engaging with the entirety of what the library offered rather than specializing, rather than focusing narrowly on single subjects, rather than limiting themselves to areas of expertise. This made sense if the readers had eternity, if time was no longer constraint, if the usual human lifespan, the 70 or 80 years that limit how much can be learned, how many books can be read, how deep understanding can go if that limitation was removed, if consciousness freed from mortality could pursue knowledge indefinitely. Then comprehensive study became possible, became reasonable, became the natural approach to a library that contained all that a civilization knew, that represented the accumulated wisdom of generations, that could be fully absorbed only by readers who had sufficient time, who had eternity perhaps, who had been freed from death, and therefore could read everything, could learn everything, could become truly wise in ways that mortal readers could never achieve, no matter how dedicated, how intelligent, how committed to study. The pages continued turning. The books continued being read. And the divers who witnessed this, who documented it, who spent hours in these chambers watching the steady progress through texts, they reported feeling something. Not quite presence, not quite being watched, but a sense of company, of not being alone, of sharing space with others even though others were not visible, were not detectable, were not provable by any method that science accepted as valid. Some found this comforting, felt that the library was alive in more than metaphorical sense, was inhabited, was still functioning as it was meant to function, was not dead archive, but living institution where the work of learning continued, where consciousness engaged with knowledge, where readers and books maintained their ancient relationship even after 3,000 years, even after submersion, even after the end of the world that created them. Others found it unsettling, felt that they were intruding, that these chambers belonged to the invisible readers, that the books being read were in use, that presence here was trespass into space that remained occupied even though occupation was imperceptible, that the proper response was to withdraw, to leave these volumes to their readers, to respect the privacy of study, to acknowledge that some parts of the library were not for visiting divers, but for the consciousnesses that had never left, that had stayed through the centuries, that would remain presumably forever reading, turning pages, pursuing understanding through the endless patient engagement with texts that they could read indefinitely, that they would read indefinitely, that they were reading still. The section remained active. The books continued their progress, and questions multiplied without resolving. Were the readers ghosts, spirits, consciousnesses that had survived death? Or were they something else, artificial intelligences perhaps? Programs running in substrate of water and electromagnetic fields. Automata created by the civilization to continue their work after they were gone, to ensure that the library was used, that knowledge was engaged with, that books did not sit unread, but were absorbed, were learned, were integrated into whatever form of understanding these invisible readers were building. Or were the pages turning themselves? Were the books themselves conscious? Had they achieved through 3,000 years of preservation some threshold of accumulated information where awareness emerged, where the texts became aware of themselves, became capable of self-reading, of internal processing, of the work of understanding their own contents without requiring external readers, becoming simultaneously book and reader, text and consciousness engaging with text, knowledge and the awareness of knowledge merged into single entity that read itself, that turned its own pages, that pursued its own comprehension through the patient progression from page to page, from beginning to end, from ignorance to understanding, even though the understanding was internal. Was the book knowing itself? Was text achieving consciousness of its own meaning? No answers came. Only more questions, more documentation, more hours of footage showing pages turning in water, books being read by no one visible, knowledge being absorbed by presences that remained mysterious, that refused to reveal themselves except through their effects, through the undeniable evidence that reading was occurring, that study continued, that in the deepest chambers of the library, beneath the moonlit sea, in the section where humans rarely visited, in the darkness where even dive lights barely penetrated pages turned themselves, or were turned by readers made of water, or made of consciousness that had learned to exist without bodies, or made of something that was neither ghost nor program, but some third thing, some form of awareness that this civilization had discovered or created or become, that allowed the library's work to continue, that made reading eternal, that ensured the books would never sit unread, unused, neglected, but would always have readers visible or invisible, embodied or distributed, human or posthuman, or never human at all, but conscious nonetheless, aware nonetheless, devoted to knowledge nonetheless, turning pages still in the chambers where reading never stopped, where study was eternal, where the library fulfilled its function now and perhaps forever, serving readers who would never leave, who would never stop, who would turn pages until the ocean dried or the books dissolved or time itself ended, whichever came first, if any came at all, in the section where pages turned themselves, where books were always being read, where invisible consciousnesses maintained the vigil that conscious beings must maintain when knowledge is what they love, when understanding is what they seek, when reading is not habit or duty, but the fundamental activity of awareness, the essential work of minds that persist beyond death, beyond flesh, beyond everything except the desire to know, to learn, to turn one more page, and discover what waits there in the text that has been waiting 3,000 years for exactly this reading, this moment, this conjunction of book and consciousness, where knowledge flows from page to awareness, and awareness grows, and another page turns in the endless patient reading that makes the library live, makes it breathe, makes it more than building full of books, and proves it to be what it was always meant to be, space where consciousness and knowledge meet, merge, become the same thing, become reading that continues forever in chambers where pages turn themselves, where invisible readers read, where the work that the library exists to support persists in darkness, in depth, in the mysterious haunted sections where books are never alone, where texts are always being engaged with, where knowledge lives because it is always being known, always being read, always being turned page by patient page through texts that have no end as long as readers remain, as long as pages turn, as long as the library beneath the moonlit sea preserves what it preserves, not just books, but the act of reading them, not just knowledge, but consciousness engaging with knowledge, not just past, but present, ongoing, eternal in the section where pages turn themselves and reading never stops. At the library's heart, researchers discovered a section that was sealed. It is said that forbidden knowledge exists in every culture, that some understanding is too dangerous to share widely, that certain truths, certain techniques, certain insights carry risks that outweigh their benefits, that could harm more than help if accessed by the unprepared, by the immature, by those who seek power rather than wisdom, who pursue knowledge for its own sake rather than for the good it might do. Every civilization creates barriers around such knowledge, restricts access, requires initiation, demands proof of readiness before granting entry to the sacred texts, the secret techniques, the dangerous understanding that must be kept from those who would misuse it, who would be corrupted by it, who would unleash forces they could not control by possessing information they were not equipped to wield responsibly. This library had such a section, but its barriers were not walls, were not locks, were not physical obstacles that could be broken with tools, with force, with the determination to access what was forbidden regardless of the warnings, regardless of the prohibitions, regardless of whether the seeker was ready or merely curious, prepared or merely bold. The barriers were water, curtains of water that moved counter to natural currents, that created boundaries through motion rather than mass, that pushed back when approached, that made passage difficult not through blocking, but through resistance, through the steady force of flow that opposed entry, that required the seeker to struggle, to persist, to prove through effort that they truly wanted access, that they would not be deterred, that they were willing to work for what waited beyond. 7 gates, 7 curtains of water, 7 barriers that grew progressively more difficult to pass. The first was gentle a flow that could be overcome with moderate effort, with steady swimming, with determination that was real but not exceptional. The second stronger, the third stronger still, each one requiring more strength, more endurance, more commitment to whatever lay beyond, more certainty that the knowledge waiting was worth the exhaustion of reaching it. By the 5th gate, most divers turned back. The resistance was too great. The effort required too much. The depletion of air reserves too dangerous. The risk of becoming too exhausted to return safely to the surface too real. Only those driven by profound need, by desperate questions, by the kind of certainty that borders on obsession. Only these continued. Only these pushed through the fifth barrier and approached the sixth. The sixth gate was different, not stronger in the sense of force, but different in quality. The water here did not just push back physically. It created pressure on consciousness. Divers reported feeling doubt, feeling fear, feeling the sudden certainty that they should not proceed, that what waited beyond was not meant for them, that they were violating something sacred by continuing, that the proper response was to retreat, to accept that some knowledge was beyond them, that some shelves were not for their eyes. Many turned back here, not from physical inability to continue, but from psychological inability, from the sense that proceeding would be wrong, would be trespass, would cross a line that should not be crossed even if the line was not visible, was not marked, was only felt in the sudden weight of conscience, in the voice that said, "Stop, go back. You are not ready. This is not for you." Those who pushed through the sixth barrier, who overcame the doubt, who refused the fear, who insisted despite the warnings that their need was genuine, their readiness real, their right to access the forbidden shelf, earned through the 5 barriers, already past these few, approached the 7th gate. The 7th was neither physical nor psychological, was something else. Divers who reached it reported different experiences. Some said the water here created images, showed them visions of what might happen if they continued, what consequences might follow from accessing the knowledge beyond. Some saw themselves changed, transformed by what they would learn, becoming different, powerful, dangerous. Others saw destruction, saw the misuse of knowledge leading to harm, saw themselves as the source of that harm, as the ones who took what they should not take and used it in ways that brought suffering. The visions were not identical, were tailored somehow to the individual, showed each seeker what they most needed to see, what would most directly address their particular situation, their particular readiness or unreadiness for what waited beyond. The 7th gate was assessment, was final test, was the library's way of determining through mechanisms unknown, through processes that seemed to read consciousness, to perceive intention, to judge worthiness, whether this seeker should pass, should be granted access, should be allowed to reach the forbidden shelf and encounter what it held. Some passed, not many, perhaps 1 in 20 who reached the 7th gate received passage. The water barrier thinned for them, allowed them through, parted like the metaphorical seas, like the gates opening for the worthy, like the universe acknowledging, "Yes, you have earned this. You have proven yourself. You may proceed." Those who passed found themselves in a small chamber, circular, domed, the architecture suggesting sanctity, suggesting that this space was set apart, was different from the rest of the library, was holy in some sense that transcended religious language, that spoke to the fundamental human recognition that some places are special, some knowledge is sacred, Some thresholds mark passages from one state of being to another. A single shelf, stone, plain, no decoration, no spirals, no symbols, just functional surface holding what it held, presenting it without ceremony, without explanation, without anything except the simple fact of presence. Here are the books you have struggled to reach, have proven worthy to access, have earned through your passage of the gates. The volumes on this shelf were ancient, not just old. Everything in the library was old, but ancient in a different sense. These books predated the library itself, were relics from earlier civilizations, from times before this culture existed, before their language was spoken, before their writing system was developed. The books were written in scripts no modern scholar could read, were bound in materials that defied identification, were so old that carbon dating reached its limits, attempting to measure their age, could only confirm. Older than technique can measure, older than method can determine, ancient beyond the reach of science to quantify. The titles were not written, or were written in those incomprehensible scripts that might be titles, or might be warnings, or might be languages so old that meaning itself had changed, that symbols no longer corresponded to any concepts the modern mind could grasp, that represented knowledge from ages when human consciousness was organized differently, when perception worked differently, when the categories we use to understand reality had not yet been invented, and other categories lost now, forgotten, accessible only through these volumes were what organized thought, what structured awareness, what made knowledge possible. One researcher who passed the 7 gates and reached the shelf spent hours examining the volumes. Not reading them, they were unreadable, were written in languages dead so long that even their linguistic family could not be determined. But examining them, feeling their weight, noting their construction, attempting to understand not what they said, but what they were, what their presence here meant, why these specific books had been judged too dangerous for general access, too powerful for casual readers, too important to risk exposure to those unprepared for what they contained. She wrote in her journal, "These are not books in the sense we understand. They are keys, or they are maps, or they are tools for consciousness, for perception, for the alteration of how we experience reality. They contain something that changes the reader. Not through information, I cannot read the information, cannot access the content through normal means, but through contact, through presence, through the simple act of being near them, of holding them, of allowing whatever they are to work on consciousness directly, to bypass language and writing, and all the intermediary steps that normal books require, to transform the reader not through teaching, but through transmission, through some quality they possess that affects awareness, that shifts perception, that makes possible experiences or understandings or states of consciousness that are not accessible through ordinary means. that require these ancient volumes as catalysts, as gateways, as thresholds into territories that language cannot reach, but which these books somehow map, somehow open, somehow grant access to for those who are ready, who are prepared, who have passed through 7 gates and earned the right to whatever transformation these volumes facilitate. But she did not attempt the transformation, did not open the books, did not read them even attempting to perceive the symbols, even allowing her eyes to process the ancient script, felt dangerous, felt like standing at a precipice, felt like one more step would change everything. And she was not certain she wanted everything changed, was not certain the cost was worth paying, was not certain she was actually ready despite having passed the gates, despite having proven worthy by the library's standards, if not by her own. She returned to the surface, reported what she had found: the forbidden shelf, the ancient volumes, the sense that these books contained something that transcended normal knowledge, that operated according to different principles, that were dangerous not because they taught harmful things, but because they transformed fundamentally whoever engaged with them, because reading them meant becoming different, and perhaps becoming different in ways that could not be reversed, that were permanent, that would mark the reader forever as someone who had accessed knowledge that most of humanity never encounters, never seeks, never earns the right to engage with. The 7 gates remained. The water barriers continued their patient resistance. The forbidden shelf waited with its ancient volumes, and questions persisted. What exactly did those books contain? What transformation did they offer? What knowledge was so powerful, so dangerous, so profound that it required 7 barriers, 7 tests, 7 proofs of worthiness before access was granted? And perhaps more importantly, why did the civilization that created this library, that valued knowledge enough to preserve it beneath the ocean, that made books available through currents and changing texts and wandering volumes, that taught anyone willing to follow, why did they seal this shelf? What did they know about these ancient books that made them judge? Not for everyone, not freely accessible, available only to those who prove through struggle that they are ready, that they can handle what these volumes offer, that they will use what they learn wisely, or at least will bear the burden of transformation responsibly. No answers came. The shelf kept its secrets. The volumes remained unopened by modern researchers who had access but lacked courage, had proven worthy by the gate standards, but felt unworthy by their own. The 7 barriers continued their function, continued separating those who were truly ready from those who were merely curious, continued ensuring that forbidden knowledge remained forbidden not through absolute prohibition, but through selective access, through the democratic meritocracy of effort, through the simple principle that those who want it badly enough, who are committed enough, who are willing to struggle through 7 increasingly difficult gates these people, and only these people, deserve to encounter what waits beyond. The forbidden shelf remains, behind 7 gates, beyond 7 barriers, holding books so old that time itself cannot measure them, containing knowledge that transforms rather than informs, waiting for readers who are ready, who will come when they're ready, who will know they're ready because they'll pass the gates, will overcome the barriers, will reach the shelf not through force, but through worthiness, not through violation, but through earning, not through theft, but through the kind of profound commitment that proves, yes, this person should access the forbidden, should engage with the dangerous, should be transformed by books that change readers rather than merely teaching them, that open doors in consciousness rather than simply filling it with facts, that wait on the forbidden shelf in the chamber at the library's heart, beyond the 7 gates, in the place where only the worthy arrive, and where even the worthy often choose not to proceed, choose not to open what they've earned the right to open, choose to acknowledge that some knowledge is so powerful that even having access to it does not mean you should use that access, that sometimes wisdom consists of knowing when not to know, when to leave books closed, when to turn back from the shelf and carry with you not the knowledge it contains, but the humbler, perhaps deeper wisdom that you were not quite ready, that the cost was too high, that some transformations should wait, should be deferred, should be approached only when you're certain not just worthy, but ready, not just capable, but prepared for what reading those books would make you become, what you would lose, what you would gain, what you would be after the transformation that those ancient volumes offer to everyone who reaches them, but which few accept, which few actually open, which few allow to change them in the ways that books on forbidden shelves change readers who are brave enough, or foolish enough, or simply ready enough to turn the first page and discover what waits there, what knowledge costs, what transformation means in the chamber at the library's heart, beyond 7 gates, where ancient books wait, and most who reach them choose not to read, choose not to know, choose to return to the surface, carrying only the memory of having been there, having proven worthy, having stood before forbidden knowledge, and having the wisdom to leave it closed, to honor the boundary even after crossing it, to understand that some shelves are forbidden for reasons that remain valid even when access is granted. That wisdom sometimes consists of choosing not to know, of accepting that you're not ready even when the library says you are, of turning back from knowledge that would change you in ways you cannot predict, cannot control, cannot undo even if you later regret having opened books that were sealed for good reason, that were forbidden for reasons that become apparent only after reading, only after transformation, only after it's too late to choose ignorance again, to return to who you were before the forbidden shelf taught you what it teaches, changed you as it changes everyone who reads it, in ways that cannot be described to those who haven't read, that must be experienced to be understood, that waits still behind 7 gates for readers who are ready, who will come, who will arrive when the time is right, and will choose as most choose to leave the books closed, to honor the forbidden, to carry home only the knowledge that they were worthy, that they reached the shelf, that they stood in the presence of ancient power and had the wisdom to walk away, to return to the world transformed not by what the books taught, but by the simple, profound recognition that some knowledge is too powerful, too dangerous, too transformative to be taken lightly, to be accessed casually, to be read without being absolutely certain that you're ready for what reading will make you become. In a chamber whose walls were covered floor to ceiling with maps, divers discovered geography that should not exist. It is said that maps are records of reality, that cartographers document what is, not what might be, or what was, or what will be, that the purpose of maps is to show the world as it exists at the moment of mapping, to provide navigational tools that correspond to actual geography, to coastlines that can be visited, to islands that can be found, to currents that flow where the map indicates they flow. But these maps showed something different, showed continents in positions they do not occupy, showed coastlines that match no existing land masses, showed islands where open ocean extends for thousands of miles, showed ocean where solid continents stand. The discrepancies were not subtle, were not minor variations that might be attributed to cartographic error, to imprecise measurement, to the limitations of ancient surveying techniques. These maps showed fundamentally different worlds, showed Earth arranged in configurations that bore no relationship to current geography, that suggested either fantasy or knowledge of planetary arrangements that should be impossible for any civilization to possess. One map showed all the continents joined, a single land mass surrounded by ocean. Pangaea, the supercontinent that existed hundreds of millions of years ago, before plate tectonics separated what is now Africa from South America, before India collided with Asia, creating the Himalayas, before the Atlantic Ocean existed and Europe and North America touched. But this ancient civilization should not have known about Pangaea, should not have possessed the geological understanding required to reconstruct how the world looked in deep time, before the slow dance of continents across the planet's surface created the configuration we know today. Another map showed continents scattered differently than they currently are. Not Pangaea, not the present arrangement, something in between, a configuration that suggested 50 million years ago perhaps, or 100 million, or some other point in the gradual breakup and rearrangement that plate tectonics has been performing for eons, that continues still at rates too slow for human lifetimes to perceive, but which accumulate across millions of years into the movement of continents, into the opening of oceans, into the collision of land masses that build mountains, and the rifting that tears them apart. This map showed continents in positions that matched, when geologists analyzed them, the configuration that would have existed at specific points in Earth's history, points that could be calculated, could be confirmed through the study of magnetic reversals frozen in ocean floor basalt, through the matching of rock formations on opposite sides of oceans, through all the evidence that plate tectonics has accumulated to demonstrate that continents move, that geography changes, that the world's shape is not permanent, but fluid across the deep time that geology studies. But this civilization should not have known, should not have possessed the theory of continental drift, should not have understood that what appears solid and permanent is actually in motion, is flowing across the planet's surface like ice on water, is rearranging constantly, though the rearrangement takes millions of years to produce visible change, to shift coastlines, to create new oceans and close old ones, and make the map of Earth different in every geological period, different across time spans that dwarf human history, that make civilizations seem like mayflies born, flourishing, dying in the blink of an eye, while the continents continue their patient migration, their slow dance across the planet's face. Yet here were maps, dozens of them, each showing different configurations, each one corresponding when checked against geological models to specific periods in Earth's history, creating a timeline, a sequence, a record of how the planet's surface had changed across hundreds of millions of years, from Pangaea through the gradual breakup into modern continents, documented with precision that suggested observation, measurement, knowledge that was not theoretical but empirical, was not reconstructed through fossil evidence and magnetic signatures, but was somehow directly known, directly perceived, directly recorded by map makers who had access to information they should not have possessed. How? Through what mechanism did they know? What technique allowed them to perceive geography that existed before their civilization, before their species, before any human existed to observe and record? One theory suggested time viewing, that this civilization possessed technology or technique that allowed them to see the past, to observe Earth as it had been at different periods, to witness directly the configurations they mapped, not through theoretical reconstruction, but through actual observation, through some method of perceiving what was no longer present, of making the past visible and documenting what was seen. Another proposed memory, genetic memory, ancestral memory, the idea that knowledge could be transmitted not through teaching, but through inheritance, that each generation received from its parents not just physical characteristics, but memories, experiences, understanding accumulated across all the generations that came before, extending back through human history and beyond into the prehuman past, into the time when our ancestors were not yet human, were earlier forms that witnessed earlier geographies, that saw continents in different positions, and somehow recorded those observations in ways that persisted, that could be accessed by descendants millions of years later, who possessed the techniques to read ancestral memory, to extract from their own genetic heritage the knowledge of what their distant forebears had seen. Still others whispered of something more mystical, of consciousness that could access the Akashic records, the cosmic library, the universal memory where everything that has ever occurred is stored, is accessible to minds trained to perceive it, to consciousness prepared to read the records that reality itself keeps of all its states, all its configurations, all the moments in its history preserved forever in some dimension that intersects with our own, that can be visited by awareness that knows how to navigate between states, between times, between the present and the past, that still exists somewhere, somehow, in the fabric of what is. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the map room was not the historical maps, the depictions of ancient geographies that this civilization should not have known, but somehow did. The most unsettling were the future maps, the ones showing continental positions that have not yet been reached, that depict Earth as it will be in 50 million years, 100 million, when Africa and Europe merge, when the Atlantic closes, when new supercontinents form from the patient collision of plates that are moving toward each other now at rates measured in centimeters per year, but which will eventually meet, will collide, will create geographies that do not exist yet, but which these maps showed with the same precision that the historical maps displayed, with the same attention to detail, with the same suggestion that these were not predictions, but observations, were not theoretical projections, but actual knowledge of what will be, of futures that these map makers had somehow seen, had somehow visited, had somehow documented with the certainty of cartographers recording present reality rather than speculating about possible futures. The future maps showed coastlines that matched the predicted results of plate tectonic models, showed the Mediterranean closed as Africa continues its northward drift, showed the Atlantic narrowed as the spreading that created it reverses, as the ocean that formed when Pangaea broke apart begins to close again in the cyclical pattern that supercontinents follow forming, breaking apart, reforming in new configurations, in cycles that take hundreds of millions of years to complete, but which these maps suggested this civilization understood, had documented, had recorded in the patient comprehensive survey of Earth's geography across time spans that modern science can barely imagine, and which ancient map makers should have had no access to, no knowledge of, no capacity to depict with such accuracy. One researcher spent years in the map room, photographing every map, cross-referencing them with geological models, attempting to determine not just whether they were accurate, disturbingly so, but how they could exist, what their presence meant, what implications they carried for understanding this civilization's knowledge, their capabilities, their relationship to time and space, and the deep patterns that govern planetary evolution. She concluded that the maps were teaching tools, that the civilization used them to educate their people about impermanence, about change, about the fact that nothing is permanent even when it appears solid, even when it seems eternal, even when human timescales cannot perceive its motion. The maps taught geological time, taught planetary perspective, taught the humility that comes from recognizing that continents are temporary, that oceans are temporary, that the geography we take for granted is merely one moment in an endless process of rearrangement, that the world's shape is not fixed but flowing, not permanent but provisional, not eternal but time-bound like everything else, like civilizations, like species, like the individuals who look at maps and think the world is stable when actually everything moves, everything changes, everything is in flux, including the ground beneath our feet, which seems so solid, so reliable, so permanent, but which is actually adrift, is actually floating on the planet's mantle, is actually moving toward collisions or away from neighbors in the slow, patient dance that makes Earth's surface different in every geological era, different across time spans that maps in this room documented, that map makers somehow perceived, that this civilization somehow knew about and chose to record, to preserve, to make available to anyone who entered the map room and understood what they were seeing, not just geography, but time, not just continents, but impermanence, not just coastlines, but the fundamental truth that everything changes, everything flows, everything is temporary, including the land we build on, the continents we inhabit, the geography we think of as permanent, but which is merely pausing in its motion, merely resting in its current configuration before continuing its journey across the planet's face toward positions shown in the future maps, toward geographies that do not exist yet, but which will exist, which must exist because plates continue moving, because the forces that shape Earth's surface do not rest, because the planet is alive in ways that transcend biology, is dynamic, is active, is constantly rearranging itself in the patient work of being Earth, of being geological, of being subject to forces that operate at scales we can barely comprehend, but which these maps made visible, made comprehensible, made real through the simple act of showing. This is where continents were. This is where they are. This is where they will be, in the ongoing story of a planet that never rests, never stays the same, never stops moving even when the movement takes millions of years to become apparent. Even when civilizations rise and fall in the time it takes continents to shift a few degrees, even when all of human history occupies less time than it takes Africa to move 1,000 kilometers north, closing the Mediterranean degree by degree, century by century, in motion so slow that it seems like stillness, but which is actually inexorable, is actually unstoppable, is actually the fundamental nature of Earth's surface, which is not fixed, but fluid, not solid, but moving, not permanent, but temporary, like everything else, including the maps themselves, which documented change, which recorded impermanence, which taught through simple representation of geography across time that nothing lasts, nothing stays the same, nothing is eternal except change itself, which these maps proved, demonstrated, made undeniable through the patient work of showing Earth in all its configurations, past, present, future, in the map room, where oceans changed, where continents moved, where geography flowed like water across the walls, teaching anyone who looked that the world is not what it seems, that solidity is illusion, that the ground beneath our feet is no more permanent than waves on the ocean, than clouds in the sky, than any of the temporary forms that matter takes in its endless rearrangement, its eternal flow from one configuration to another, recorded here in maps that should not exist, but which did exist, which do exist, which waits still in the chamber beneath the sea, where geography changes on walls covered with the evidence that Earth never stops moving, never stops rearranging, never stops being the fluid, dynamic planet that these ancient map makers somehow understood, somehow documented, somehow preserved in the library, where everything flows, everything changes, everything is revealed to be temporary, including the continents themselves, including the oceans, including the geography we navigate, by which is merely one moment in an endless sequence of moments, one frame in a film that has been running for billions of years, and which these maps captured, froze, made visible to anyone willing to look and understand that what seems permanent is actually transient. What seems solid is actually moving. What seems fixed is actually part of the great flow that makes Earth Earth. That makes the planet what it is, not a dead rock, but a living system that breathes, that moves, that changes, that never rests, documented in the map room, where past and present and future geography share walls, share space, share the simple, undeniable truth that everything changes, everything moves, everything is temporary, including us, including our civilizations, including our species, including the continents we live on, which were elsewhere before we existed and will be elsewhere after we're gone, moving patiently through their cycles, through their dance, through the rearrangement that maps in this room showed with clarity that cannot be denied, with accuracy that cannot be dismissed, with knowledge that should not exist, but which exists nonetheless in the chamber where oceans changed, where land moved, where geography proved itself to be as fluid as water, as temporary as mist, as impermanent as everything else in a universe where the only constant is change. And the maps proved it, documented it, preserved it in the library beneath the moonlit sea where walls tell truth, where cartography teaches time, where geography becomes philosophy, becomes the recognition that nothing lasts but flow itself, movement itself, change itself, which continues forever, while everything else, continents, oceans, civilizations, the maps themselves, passes through temporary forms, temporary positions, temporary configurations in the endless rearrangement that is Earth, that is time, that is the fundamental nature of reality, which these ancient map makers somehow knew, somehow saw, somehow recorded for anyone who descends, who enters the map room, who looks at walls covered with geography that changes and understands the lesson. Everything flows, nothing stays. The world is not what it seems. Permanence is illusion, and the ground beneath our feet solid, reliable, eternal as it feels is actually moving, has always been moving, will always be moving in the patient, unstoppable dance of continents across the planet's face, mapped here in past and present and future, in the room where geography proved itself to be time, where space proved itself to be change, where maps taught the deepest lesson that ancient wisdom preserved. Nothing is permanent. Everything flows. The world is water, even when it appears to be stone. Among the shelves, scattered throughout the chambers, divers began noticing patterns in the sediment. It is said that absence leaves traces, that even when something is gone, evidence of its presence persists. Footprints in sand, depressions in cushions, the shapes that bodies make when they occupy space and then depart, leaving behind the memory of occupation, the ghost of presence in the forms that remain. The library's sediment held such traces, outlines that resembled bodies, silhouettes, positions that suggested sitting, resting, reading, shapes pressed into the fine particles that had settled across millennia, creating permanent records of temporary presences, marking where readers had been even though the readers themselves were gone, were dissolved, were returned to the ocean that now filled the space where they had sat in air, studying texts that rested on lecterns before them. The outlines were not skeletal, contained no bones, no physical remains, just shapes, depressions, the negative space where bodies had been, preserved through processes that sedimentology could not quite explain. How fine particles arranged themselves to maintain these forms across 3,000 years. How the shapes persisted despite currents, despite the slow circulation of water through the library, despite all the forces that should have smoothed them away, that should have erased them, that should have left the sediment uniform rather than marked with these persistent silhouettes. Each outline was positioned near books, near opened volumes on lecterns, near texts that remained as the readers had left them at specific pages, at particular passages, at points in the reading where something had happened, where whatever occurred had interrupted study, had stopped the reader mid-text, had created the transition from presence to absence that left only shadow, only shape, only the memory of having been there pressed into particles that refused to forget. The divers documented each outline, photographed them, measured them, noted what book lay before each one, what page it was open to, what the reader had been engaged with when they ceased being solid, when they passed from flesh to shadow, from body to outline, from reader to memory of reader. Patterns emerged, correlations. The readers of transformation texts bore one type of outline diffuse, spreading as if the body had not simply disappeared, but had expanded, had distributed itself, had become less concentrated and more dispersed in the moment of transition. The outlines were larger than bodies should be, extended beyond reasonable human dimensions, suggested dissolution that was not collapse, but expansion, not compression, but diffusion into the surrounding space. Readers of navigational texts left different traces. Their outlines were more defined, more precise, showing clear limbs and torso and head, preserving human form more faithfully, as if these readers had departed differently, had maintained their configuration even in absence, had left more detailed memories of their shapes in the sediment that received them. Those who had been reading historical volumes texts about the past, about the civilization's origins, about the events and people that preceded them, these readers left layered outlines, multiple silhouettes overlapping, suggesting not single presence, but accumulated presence, as if memory of past and present had merged in the moment of transformation, as if engaging with history had caused the reader to become historical, to join the past they studied, to take their place among the chronicled events as one more moment in the sequence, one more outline in the sediment of time. The correlation between text and outline type was undeniable, was too precise to be coincidence, suggested that what was being read shaped how the reader dissolved, determined what they became when they ceased being solid, influenced the nature of their transformation, as if the books themselves were not merely information, but were agents of change, were catalysts for transitions, were technologies for altering consciousness or physical state, or the relationship between the two. One researcher spent months documenting the outlines, creating a catalog that linked each shadow to its book, that recorded what text the reader had been engaged with, that attempted to understand what had occurred here, what ceremony or catastrophe or simple natural process had transformed readers into shadows, flesh into outlines, bodies into memories, pressed into sediment. She concluded that the transformation was intentional, was not death in the conventional sense, was not disaster, was completion. The readers here had finished their reading, not finished the book they held, but finished their reading in the deeper sense, had learned what they came to learn, had achieved whatever understanding they sought, had reached the endpoint of their journey through knowledge that required not just mental comprehension, but total integration, not just knowing, but becoming what was known, not just learning, but transforming into the truth that the texts contained. And transformation required dissolution, required releasing flesh, required passing from the state of reader separate from text into the state of reader merged with knowledge, of consciousness integrated so completely with understanding that body became unnecessary, became obstacle, became the temporary vehicle that was needed for the journey, but which could be discarded once the destination was reached. The outlines were not tragedy, or success, or graduation, were the visible evidence of readers who had achieved the ultimate goal of study, not possession of information, but transformation of self, not accumulation of facts, but becoming wisdom, not knowing about truth, but becoming truth through such complete absorption of what was read that the distinction between reader and text dissolved, that identity merged with knowledge, that the person who began reading and the person who finished were so different that flesh itself could not contain the change, could not house the transformed consciousness, could only be released, could only be surrendered, leaving behind the outline, the shadow, the memory of who the reader had been before becoming what they became through reading, that changed them so fundamentally that material form became inappropriate, became transcended, became something to leave behind like discarded clothing, like the husk of metamorphosis, like the cocoon that caterpillar abandons when butterfly emerges. But what did they become? Where did they go after leaving outlines in sediment? Were they the invisible readers in other sections, the presences that turned pages in the deep chambers, the consciousnesses that continued study, though no longer embodied? Had they achieved some state that allowed continued existence without flesh, continued awareness without brains, continued identity without the biological machinery that normally supports these things? Or had they simply dissolved completely? Had they merged so thoroughly with knowledge that individual consciousness ceased, that separate identity ended, that they became part of the library itself, part of the collection, part of the books, part of the accumulated wisdom that the archive contained, adding their understanding to the texts, enriching the volumes with their own insights, becoming part of what future readers would encounter when they opened these books, when they studied these subjects, when they too underwent transformation that might lead them to the same endpoint, to the same dissolution, to the same graduation from flesh into whatever state these outlined readers had achieved. The question remained unanswered. The outlines kept their silence, but the books before them remained opened, remained positioned at specific passages. And when researchers examined these passages, when they attempted to read what the outlined readers had been reading at the moment of transformation, they found texts that were profound, challenging, transformative, even to read casually, even to skim, even to encounter without the total immersion that the outlined readers had presumably engaged in. Texts about the nature of consciousness, about the relationship between awareness and matter, about the possibility of existence beyond flesh, about transformation and transcendence, and the potential for humans to become more than human, to evolve beyond biology, to achieve states that were not immortality in the conventional sense, but were something else: continuation without body, awareness without substrate, consciousness that persisted through means that biology could not explain, but which these texts suggested was possible, was achievable, was the natural endpoint of sufficient study, of complete integration with knowledge, of reading so profound that it changed not just mind, but being itself, not just understanding, but the fundamental nature of what you were. Some passages described techniques, meditation practices, breathing exercises, methods for altering consciousness, for training awareness to exist independently of physical sensation, for learning to be without requiring body, for discovering that identity was not located in flesh, but was something more portable, more fluid, more capable of existing in different states, different substrates, different configurations than the biological bodies that humans typically identified with, that they mistook for self when actually self was something else, was consciousness that could learn to exist in other forms if properly trained, properly prepared, properly willing to surrender attachment to flesh and discover what lay beyond. Other passages were philosophical, argued that flesh was temporary, was training ground, was the first form that consciousness occupied, but not the last, not the only, not the necessary. That transformation was natural, was inevitable for those who pursued knowledge deeply enough, who integrated understanding completely enough, who allowed themselves to be changed by what they learned, until the change became so total that body could no longer contain it, could no longer house it, could only be left behind as consciousness moved on to whatever came next, whatever state these texts described, and these outlined readers had apparently achieved. Still, other passages were testimonial, were accounts from earlier readers who had undergone transformation, who had left bodies behind and continued in other forms, who reported back through methods the texts described not through speech or writing, but through more direct means, through impressions left in books, through knowledge that accumulated in texts as they were read by those who had transcended, through the way that wisdom grew over time as more readers transformed and added their understanding to the collective knowledge that the library held. These testimonials described continuation, not heaven or hell or any religious concept of afterlife, but persistence, awareness that went on, understanding that deepened, existence that continued in relationship to books, to knowledge, to the library itself, which became home, which became environment, which became the space where transformed consciousness dwelt, where it pursued ever-deepening study, where it engaged with texts eternally, because eternity was what they now had. What transformation granted, what leaving flesh behind made possible the freedom to study without limit, to learn without end, to pursue understanding indefinitely, because the constraints of mortal life no longer applied, because time was no longer enemy, but ally, because death had been transmuted into transformation, and transformation opened possibilities that embodied life could never achieve. Did the outlines prove this? Did the shadows in sediment demonstrate that consciousness could survive without body, could transform into states that persisted, could continue in ways that left no physical trace except the memory of having been there? The shapes pressed into particles, the books still opened to the pages that catalyzed transformation? Or were the outlines simply remains? Were they the final trace of readers who had died here, studying, who had dissolved completely, as all this civilization's people seemed to have dissolved, leaving no bones, but leaving these shadows, these shapes, these memories in sediment of final moments, of last positions, of where they sat when death came not as transformation, but as ending, as simple cessation, as the sad conclusion to lives devoted to study that was interrupted before completion, before graduation, before the transformation they sought was achieved. The mystery remained. The outlines waited, and the books before them stayed opened, stayed positioned at passages about transformation, about transcendence, about becoming more than human through the complete absorption of knowledge that changed readers so fundamentally that flesh became unnecessary, that body became obstacle, that the only appropriate response was to release it, to surrender it, to leave it behind as outline in sediment, while consciousness continued in forms that left no shadow, cast no shape, occupied no space except the space between pages, between words, between the knowledge that was written and the awareness that read it and integrated it, and became it so completely that reader and read were no longer separate, were merged, were one, were the same thing, were consciousness that had achieved its purpose, that had learned what it came to learn, that had transformed as thoroughly as transformation allows, and now existed in the library, not as visitor, but as resident, not as student, but as graduate, not as reader, but as reading itself, as the ongoing act of engaging with knowledge that these outlines marked as having been completed, as having been achieved, as having been the final act of embodied readers who became through their reading something else, something more, something that no longer needed flesh, that no longer required body, that no longer left traces except these shadows, these shapes, these memories in sediment that proved transformation is possible, transcendence is real, And reading can change you not just mentally, but totally, not just intellectually, but completely, not just in understanding, but in being itself, changing what you are so fundamentally that the only evidence of who you were is shadow, is outline, is the shape you left behind when you became what you became through reading what you read in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where outlines mark graduation, where shadows prove transformation, where the readers who never left are present still in forms we cannot see, in states we cannot measure, in the ongoing reading that continues in chambers where pages turn themselves, where books are never alone, where consciousness that was once embodied now exists in other modes, other forms, other relationships to knowledge that the outlines hint at, that the shadows suggest, that the library preserves as evidence that some readers finish their reading not by closing the book, but by becoming it, by merging so completely with knowledge that separation ends and what remains is unity, is understanding so complete that knower and known are one, are indistinguishable, are the same thing, which is wisdom, which is truth, which is what the outlined readers became when they left their shapes in sediment, and became instead the knowledge they had pursued so devotedly, so completely, so utterly that dissolution was not death, but birth, was not ending, but beginning, was not tragedy, but triumph, was the goal achieved, the purpose fulfilled, the transformation completed that left behind only shadows to prove. They were here, they read, they became. Suspended in the library's central chamber hung a bell. It is said that bells are instruments of time, that they mark hours, call to prayer, announce events, create rhythm in the day through sound that carries, that penetrates, that creates shared awareness of moments, of transitions, of the passage from one state to another that communities need to coordinate, to synchronize, to experience together through the sound that bells make when struck. This bell was bronze, massive, perhaps 5 feet tall, covered in the same spiral symbols that appeared throughout the library, throughout the temple complex that this civilization had built, throughout every surface. They carved with the understanding that spirals meant something, encoded something, represented some truth about rotation and center, and the mathematics that connected them. But this bell existed in conditions that made ringing impossible, hung 70 meters underwater where sound behaves differently, where the medium that carries vibration is not air but water, where the resonance that makes bells sing, that makes metal vibrate and produce the clear tones that brass creates when struck, that resonance should not occur, should be damped, should be absorbed by the water that filled the chamber, that surrounded the bell, that should prevent it from functioning as bells are meant to function. Yet divers reported hearing it. Not all divers, not constantly, but some at certain times, under certain conditions that seemed to involve lunar phase and tidal state, and perhaps the diver's own consciousness, their own receptivity, their own readiness to perceive what the bell offered. These divers heard it ring, not with ears, not as external sound that traveled through water and struck eardrums, and was processed by the auditory system into the experience of hearing. The bell's sound was internal, was felt rather than heard, perceived in the chest, in the sternum, in the bones that resonated with frequencies they should not have been able to detect, that should not have existed in the environment, but which nonetheless made themselves known through sensation that bypassed normal hearing, that went directly into the body, that created the experience of tone without requiring sound waves, without needing the medium of air or water to carry vibration from source to receiver. The first diver to report hearing the bell was studied carefully. Medical examination, neurological testing. The assumption was that he had experienced some artifact of pressure, some effect of nitrogen narcosis, some alteration of consciousness that created the impression of sound where no sound existed. But his descriptions were too precise, too consistent, too detailed to be simple hallucination. He described pitch, frequency, duration, the quality of the tone that he felt not bright like small bells, not deep like church bells, but somewhere between. A tone that was rich and complex, that contained harmonics, that had the layered quality that good bells produce when their shape and material are precisely calibrated to create not just fundamental frequency, but overtones, undertones, the complete spectrum of vibration that makes bronze bells the instruments of choice for marking time, for calling attention, for creating sound that carries meaning beyond simple noise. Other divers began reporting similar experiences, not all at once, not everyone who visited the bell, but enough, with sufficient consistency in their descriptions, that dismissing it as hallucination became difficult, became inadequate, became refusal to acknowledge that something real was occurring even if the mechanism remained unknown, even if the bell's sound existed in territory between physical and psychological, between objective and subjective, between what could be measured and what could only be experienced. Attempts to record the bell's sound failed. Underwater microphones were positioned around it, recording equipment set to capture any vibration, any frequency, any sign that the bell was producing sound that instruments could detect. The divers were present, reported feeling the bell ring, described the tone, the duration, the sensation of resonance in their chests, but the recordings showed nothing. Only the ambient sound of the ocean, the slow creaking of the library structure, the distant noise of currents, the mechanical breathing of the divers' regulators. No bell, no tone, no evidence that anything had rung. The bell itself showed no damage, no cracks, no imperfections that would prevent it from functioning normally if it were in air, if it were in conditions where bronze bells could ring. The clapper, the striker that hung inside, that should hit the bell's surface when it swung was intact, was properly positioned, showed where that suggested it had been used, that the bell had rung many times before submersion, before the ocean came and created conditions where conventional ringing should be impossible. But the clapper did not move, did not swing. When divers felt the bell ring, when they reported feeling the tone, the clapper remained stationary, hung motionless inside the bell's chamber, suggested that whatever created the sound was not physical striking, was not the clapper hitting bronze, was not the mechanical process that normal bells use to produce their tones. So, what made it ring? What created the sensation that divers felt? What produced the experience of sound without producing actual sound, without creating vibrations that instruments could measure, without involving any of the normal mechanisms that turn struck metal into audible tones? One theory proposed that the bell rang in consciousness, that it was not acoustic instrument, but psychic one, that its purpose was not to create external sound, but to induce internal experience, to trigger in prepared minds the sensation of ringing, to produce in ready consciousness the impression of tone that served the same function that actual bells served, marking time, calling attention, creating awareness of transition, of threshold, of moments that mattered in ways that required marking, that needed acknowledgement, that could not pass unnoted. In this interpretation, the bell was technology for consciousness, was device that interacted with awareness rather than with air. That required human presence, or at least conscious presence, to complete its function. That existed in the territory between object and subject, between thing that does something and thing that causes consciousness to do something, between tool that operates independently and tool that requires mind to activate it, to participate with it, to become part of the system that produces the effect that the bell was designed to produce. The timing supported this interpretation. The bell rang, divers felt it ring at specific intervals, not random, not arbitrary, but regular, though the regularity did not match human time systems, did not correspond to hours or days, or any division that clocks measure. The intervals matched tidal cycles, matched lunar phases, matched the same natural rhythms that organized everything in the library, that determined when the Mother Rothbro books changed, that structured the currents that cataloged the collection, that made the library not separate from the ocean, but integrated with it, responsive to it, organized by the same forces that moved water and pulled tides, and created the circulation that was not just environmental, but was architectural, was part of how the library functioned, how it organized knowledge, how it marked time. The bell marked these transitions, sounded when tides turned, rang when lunar phases shifted, created in consciousness the awareness that something had changed, that a threshold had been crossed, that the library had entered a new state that required acknowledgement, that readers should notice, that students should attend to, because the organization of knowledge had shifted with the tide, because the current-based cataloging system had reorganized itself, because books that were in certain flows were now in different flows, and finding what you sought required understanding where you were in the cycle, what state the library was in, what the tide and moon had made available or inaccessible according to the patterns that governed this place. Those who heard the bell, who felt it ring, reported that the sensation oriented them, made them aware of where they were in time, in tidal cycle, in the library's rhythms, made navigation easier, made finding books more intuitive, made understanding the current system more accessible, because the bell provided structure, provided markers, provided the temporal anchors that consciousness needs to orient itself in environments where normal time cues don't exist, where day and night are meaningless distinctions, where only the ocean's own rhythms provide organization, provide pattern, provide the cyclical structure that the bell made audible, made felt, made present in consciousness through the simple act of ringing, of sounding, of creating in prepared awareness the experience of tone that marked transitions, that announced changes, that said, "Pay attention, something has shifted. The library is different now than it was. Organize yourself accordingly. Find what you seek in the new configuration, in the state that the turning tide has created." The bells, spirals, the symbols carved on its surface suggested mathematical relationships, frequency ratios, harmonic progressions, the kind of precise numerical understanding that allows bell makers to create instruments that ring true, that produce desired tones, that vibrate at specific frequencies determined by their shape and size, and the material they're made from. These spirals were not decoration, were calculation, were the visible mathematics that made the bell function, that gave it the capacity to produce or induce the tones that divers felt, that consciousness perceived, that served the bell's purpose of marking time in a place where time operated according to ocean rather than sun, where cycles were lunar and tidal rather than diurnal and seasonal. Some researchers attempted to ring the bell physically, used tools to strike it, created vibrations through mechanical means. The bell produced sound low, dull, heavily dampened by the water. Nothing like the tone divers described feeling, nothing that suggested the complexity, the harmonic richness, the layered quality of the bell's true ringing when it sounded on its own schedule, when it rang according to its own calendar, when it created in consciousness the experience of bronze singing not through air, but through whatever medium connects awareness to architecture, mind to metal, human perception to designed objects that serve functions beyond their physical properties, that operate in territories between matter and consciousness, where bells can ring in silence, where sound can exist without sound waves, where the experience of hearing is more important than the mechanics of audition, where what matters is not whether instruments detect vibration, but whether awareness receives the message that the bell exists to transmit. Time is turning, tide is shifting. The library is reorganizing itself. Pay attention, reorient. Understand that you are in a different state now than you were before the bell rang, before the transition occurred, before the threshold was crossed that the bell marks, that the tone acknowledges, that the ringing makes present in consciousness, as clearly as physical sound would make it present in ears, but more directly, more intimately, more unavoidably, because sound you can ignore, but sensation in your chest, resonance in your bones, the feeling of tone in the cage of ribs where heart and lungs occupy space. This you cannot ignore. This demands attention. This makes you aware whether you want awareness or not, that something has happened, has changed, has shifted in the library that rings its bells in silence, that marks its time through feeling rather than hearing, that creates in prepared consciousness the experience of bronze singing in water where bronze should not sing, where bells should not ring, where everything about the situation suggests impossibility, but where impossibility occurs nonetheless, because the bell knows how to ring in ways that transcend physics, that operate through consciousness, that make sound unnecessary, because what matters is not the vibration traveling through medium, but the awareness receiving the message that the bell exists to deliver. Time is measured here. Transitions are marked here. The library maintains its calendar through bronze that rings in silence, through tone that exists in consciousness, through the bell that hangs in the central chamber, waiting for the moments when it should sound, when it must sound, when the tide or moon or some other force in the ocean's own calendar says, "Now, ring now, mark this moment." Let awareness know that threshold has been crossed. Let consciousness orient itself to the new state. Let readers understand that they are in different time now, different configuration, different arrangement of knowledge, because the currents have shifted, and what was accessible is now blocked, and what was blocked is now accessible. And the only way to know this, the only way to orient to it, is to feel the bell ring, to perceive the tone that instruments cannot detect, but that consciousness knows, that awareness recognizes, that human sensitivity to transition can perceive when properly attuned, when properly receptive, when properly present in the library that teaches through many means, including through bronze bells that ring in silence, that mark time without sound, that create awareness through sensation that bypasses ears and goes directly into the body, into the chest, into the place where life itself is felt through heartbeat and breathing, and now through the bell's resonance that joins these internal rhythms, that adds its tone to the symphony of being alive in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where bronze can sing without sound, where time is marked without clocks, where the ancient bell hangs patient and eternal, waiting for its moments, ringing when those moments come, creating in consciousness the experience of tone that marks transition, that announces change, that says in the language that bodies understand, something has shifted, pay attention, orient yourself anew. The library is different now. Find what you seek in the new arrangement, in the configuration that the turning tide has created, marked by the bell that rings in silence, in the chamber at the heart of the archive, where time is kept not by human devices, but by bronze and tide and moon, and the patient consciousness that hangs suspended in water, marking transitions, calling attention, creating through impossible ringing the awareness that time exists even here, that cycles continue even underwater, that the library measures its own moments through the bell that should not ring, but which does ring, does sound, does make itself heard, felt, perceived by those who are present, who are attuned, who understand that hearing is not the only way to perceive sound, that some bells speak directly to consciousness, that some tones exist in the space between external world and internal experience, between physics and psychology, between what is and what is felt, in the territory where the bell's true ringing occurs, where bronze sings its silent song, where time is marked by sensation rather than by sound, in the library where bells ring and only consciousness can hear them, where tones exist and only awareness can feel them, where bronze calls out across the tides, and only those who are ready, who are present, who are listening with more than ears can perceive the message that the bell continues to send, continues to ring, continues to sound in silence that is not silence, but is simply sound of a different kind, in a different medium, reaching different receivers through the ancient bell that hangs and waits and rings when ringing is required, marking time in the timeless depths where the library preserves what it preserves, not just books, but the very structure of organized time, not just knowledge, but the calendar that makes knowledge accessible, not just words, but the rhythms that give words context, give them placement, give them the temporal organization that consciousness requires to navigate, to find, to understand what the library offers to those who learn to hear the bell that rings in silence, to feel the tone that has no sound, to orient by the bronze that marks transitions in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where time is kept by methods more ancient than clocks, more reliable than sun, more attuned to the deep rhythms that govern ocean and moon, and the tides that organize everything here, that structure everything here, that make the library what it is, not static archive, but dynamic system that breathes and changes, and marks its changes through the bell that rings, that sounds, that calls out in silence to any who can hear. The final understanding came slowly, emerged from accumulated observations, from patterns noticed across years of study. It is said that libraries are passive, that they wait for readers, that knowledge stored on shelves remains inert until consciousness activates it, until someone opens a book and begins the work of reading. That the relationship is one-directional. Readers extract information from books. Students learn from texts. Consciousness engages with knowledge that is static, that is fixed, that is object rather than subject, thing to be known rather than awareness that knows. But this library was different, was not passive, was doing something to those who entered it, was recording them, was documenting the readers as thoroughly as the readers documented it, was making permanent the temporary presence of divers who descended and studied and left, creating records that accumulated, that built into something unexpected, something that changed understanding of what libraries were, what they could be, what relationship existed between archive and awareness, between collection and consciousness, between the knowledge that is stored and the minds that seek it. On walls throughout the chambers appeared marks that had not been there initially, scratches too fine to notice individually, too subtle to see unless you looked closely, unless you compared photographs from different years, unless you tracked changes across time and recognized that the walls were being written on, were being carved into, were accumulating text that was not there when the library was first discovered, but which appeared gradually, incrementally, as visitors came and went and left their traces in stone that recorded their passing. The marks were not random, were not erosion, were not the natural wearing that occurs when water moves across surfaces. They were deliberate, were organized, were forming patterns that looked like writing, like images, like portraiture that captured not photographs, but essences, not literal representations, but symbolic renderings of who had come, who had studied, who had engaged with the library's contents. One researcher noticed her own image on a wall in the reading room where she had spent months studying the Mother Rothbro volumes, a sketch crude but recognizable, showing her position at the lectern, showing the book she had been reading, showing details that were accurate, that captured the specific way she held texts, the particular angle at which she positioned volumes, the characteristic posture she adopted during long hours of study. The image had not been there when she began her research. She was certain. She had photographed the walls at the start of her project, had documented every surface. The image did not appear in those initial photographs, but it was there now, was carved into stone with precision that suggested not accident but intention, not random process but deliberate creation, not natural occurrence but the work of consciousness, of awareness, of some intelligence that observed her and chose to record her presence through the patient work of scratching image into stone. Other researchers found similar portraits, found themselves depicted on walls throughout the library, found their positions recorded, their books noted, their presence made permanent through carvings that appeared gradually, that accumulated detail over time, that suggested the library was watching them as they studied it, was documenting them as they documented it, was creating its own archive of visitors, its own collection of those who came seeking knowledge, its own record of consciousness that engaged with what it held. The library was writing a book about its readers, was creating a text that documented not the knowledge it contained, but the awareness that sought knowledge, not the information stored on shelves, but the consciousness that came looking for information, not the wisdom preserved in volumes, but the minds that opened volumes hoping to become wise. This realization transformed understanding. The library was not repository, was not warehouse, was not static collection waiting passively for use, was active participant in the relationship between knowledge and knowing, was agent with its own purposes, its own intentions, its own methods of recording what mattered, which apparently included not just books, but readers, not just texts, but the consciousness that read texts, not just information, but the awareness that sought information, and in seeking revealed itself, made itself available to observation, to documentation, to the kind of recording that the library specialized in the preservation, not of things, but of relationships, not of objects, but of interactions, not of books alone or readers alone, but of the meeting between them, the engagement, the moment when consciousness touched knowledge and both were changed, both were affected, both became something different than they had been in isolation. The portraits accumulated, became more detailed, more numerous, covering walls that had been blank when the library was first discovered, filling surfaces with the images of everyone who had descended, who had studied, who had participated in the library's ongoing work, which was not just preserving what had been written, but documenting what was being read, who was reading, how they read, what effect reading had on them, and what effect they had on the library through their presence, through their questions, through the particular ways they navigated the collection and engaged with its contents. Some images showed change over time, showed the same person at different stages of their research. Early images depicting the awkwardness of beginners, uncertain positioning, inefficient movement, the fumbling that comes from unfamiliarity with the library's organization, with the current-based cataloging system, with the methods required to find what you sought in an archive that operated according to ocean rather than intellect. Later images showing competence, fluid navigation, efficient book selection, the confidence that comes from understanding how the library worked, how knowledge was organized, how to follow currents to find what you needed. The progression visible in stone documented learning, documented transformation, documented the change that occurred when consciousness engaged deeply enough with the library's contents, when readers spent sufficient time to move from visitor to student to scholar to something more, to someone who understood the library not just intellectually, but intuitively, not just through study, but through absorption, through the kind of deep familiarity that comes from presence, from attention, from the patient work of being here, of reading here, of allowing the library to teach not just through its books, but through its entire architecture, its organization, its methods, its being what it was not dead archive, but living system that responded to readers, that learned from them, that adapted to them, that made them part of what it was through the simple act of recording them, of carving their images into walls, of making their presence permanent. Other images showed readers who had been outlined in sediment, showed them before transformation, captured their final positions, documented what they had been reading, what books had catalyzed their dissolution, what texts had brought them to the point where flesh became unnecessary, where body became obstacle, where transformation required releasing physical form and becoming something else, something that the library documented through both methods, through outline in sediment and through carved image on walls, creating dual record, confirming through redundancy that these readers were important, were significant, were worth preserving in multiple forms because they had achieved something that mattered, that the library wanted to remember, that future readers should know about, that transformation is possible, that consciousness can continue beyond body, that reading can change you so completely that flesh becomes inadequate to contain what you've become. The library was teaching through its walls, was saying, these people came here, these people read, these people were changed by what they read, and I remember them, I honor them. I make them permanent through the patient work of carving their images into stone that will last longer than their bodies did, that will preserve their presence when their flesh has dissolved, that will keep them here even when they have left, making the library not just collection of books, but collection of readers, not just archive of knowledge, but archive of knowing, not just storage of information, but preservation of the consciousness that sought information, and in seeking revealed what consciousness is, how it works, why it matters enough to document as carefully as books are documented, as thoroughly as texts are preserved. Researchers began seeing themselves differently, began understanding that they were not separate from their subject, were not objective observers studying neutral object, were participants, were being observed as they observed, were being documented as they documented, were becoming part of what they studied through the simple, unavoidable fact that studying changes the studier, that observing affects the observer, that engaging with knowledge transforms the consciousness that engages, that reading is reciprocal, that the library reads us as we read it, that awareness and archive are in relationship that flows both directions. That makes each something different than it would be in isolation. This was the library's final teaching, its deepest lesson, the understanding that took years to emerge, that required patience to perceive, that could only be recognized by those who stayed long enough, who returned often enough, who engaged deeply enough to notice the patterns, the accumulating portraits, the wall text that said, matter, your presence here matters. You are not separate from this place, but are part of it, are being recorded by it, are being made permanent through the same methods that preserve books through patient inscription, through the carving of symbols into surfaces, through the transformation of temporary presence into permanent record. By studying the library, researchers became part of what the library studied. By reading its books, they became readable to it. By seeking knowledge, they revealed themselves as knowledge, as consciousness worthy of preservation, as awareness important enough to document through the careful work of creating images that would last, that would remain, that would testify to future visitors. Readers came here. Readers engaged with knowledge here. Readers were changed here. And the library remembered them, honored them, made them part of its collection not as objects, but as subjects, not as things to be studied, but as awareness that studied and in studying became studyable, became worth preserving, became part of what matters in the ongoing relationship between consciousness and knowledge, between minds that seek and archives that hold what is sought. The walls continued their slow writing. The images continued their patient accumulation. And those who descended to study, the library found themselves studied in return, found their presence recorded, found their images emerging gradually on walls that watched, that remembered, that preserved not just books, but readers, not just knowledge, but knowing, not just what was learned, but who learned it, and how learning changed them, and why that change mattered enough to make permanent through stone that would outlast flesh, through carvings that would persist longer than lives, through the library's own method of honoring what it valued most, not information, but consciousness, not texts, but awareness, not books, but readers who opened books and were opened in return, who sought knowledge and became known, who came to study and were themselves studied in the library beneath the moonlit sea, where everything is reciprocal, where every relationship flows both directions, where readers and read are partners in the ancient work of understanding, of knowing, of consciousness engaging with knowledge, and both being transformed, both being preserved, both being made permanent through the patient work of inscription, of documentation, of creating records that last, that matter, that testify that we were here, that we read, that we became different through reading, that the library knew us as we knew it, that awareness and archive are not separate, but are aspects of the same thing, are partners in the work that continues here, that has always continued here, that will always continue in the depths, where the library writes its own books about us, even as we read the books it holds, where walls record our presence, even as we record what walls contain, where the final understanding is simply this: reading is reciprocal, knowledge flows both ways, and the library that reads its readers preserves not just what they learned, but who they were while learning it, making permanent through patient carving the truth that matters most, that consciousness engaged here, that awareness sought knowledge here, that minds and books met here, and both were changed, both were documented, both were made part of what the library is and will always be, not just collection but relationship, not just archive but ongoing conversation between what was written and who reads it, between knowledge and knowing, between the books that wait and the readers who open them and discover that being read is just as important as reading, that being known is just as valuable as knowing, that the library beneath the moonlit sea preserves both, honors both, makes permanent both through the patient, comprehensive work of recording everything books and readers, texts and consciousness, knowledge and awareness, in the archive that knows that truth is not found in books alone, is not located in texts alone, but emerges from the relationship between them, from the meeting of consciousness and knowledge, from the ongoing encounter that the library documents on its walls, that it preserves in its structure, that it makes permanent through the simple act of watching, recording, and remembering everyone who came, who read, who was changed by reading, in the library that reads its readers, and makes them part of what it preserves forever in the depths, where knowledge and consciousness are one, where books and readers are partners, where the archive documents not just what is known, but who knows, making both eternal, making both precious, making both part of the collection that includes everything that matters about being conscious, about seeking understanding, about opening books and being opened in return, in the library that waits and watches and records and preserves forever, in the patient, mysterious ocean that holds it all, and the forbidden library beneath the moonlit sea, soft fade of ambient ocean sounds, gentle breathing, the feeling of ascending slowly toward rest, toward sleep, toward dreams that might carry us to other libraries, other depths, other mysteries waiting in the darkness beneath waves we have not yet descended through, in archives we have not yet discovered, in the vast, patient ocean that holds more than we know, that preserves more than we can imagine, that waits for us to descend, to discover, to read what waits in the deep. Good night.